another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. Hi, beautiful people. Happy Monday. How's everyone doing tonight? I'm sorry I was running a few minutes late. It's been a crazy day, so I ended up running a little bit behind schedule and didn't get everything done that I needed to get to, so sorry I was running a few minutes late, y'all. But thank you for being here with me and joining me tonight. I don't know how long I'll be here tonight because I have a meeting I gotta attend tomorrow, and I gotta go to the meeting, physically go there. It's not at my house, so I have to drive there, and I'm hoping and praying that the car holds up because unfortunately the tire ended up going flat again today, and the car's still struggling to start, so it's had to be jumped a few times. So I'm hoping everything goes smoothly tomorrow, so I don't know. We'll wait and see. Keep my fingers crossed. And then pray I get back home. Otherwise, if not, I might end up staying out there at a hotel. I don't know. I'm hoping not. But it's a 2-hour drive pretty much in traffic, so I don't know. And in all that heat with no AC in that car right now, yeah, I'm gonna be taxed by the time I get home tomorrow. So I don't know if I'll be here tomorrow night, but we'll wait and see. So I'll give y'all a few minutes to get here while I get these cards shuffled. That way I can say hi to y'all before I start the reading. But first, let me welcome y'all to my channel if you're new here. I'm Amanda, and I do general collective reading at the beginning of every stream. So the reading is for everyone, and it's for all 12 signs. It doesn't matter what sign you are. If you're here, you're part of the collective. And for my returning subscribers and viewers, welcome back, beautiful people. Thank you for all your likes and subscriptions. Thank you for donating, and all y'all who have sent me packages. Thank you. Who's Angela? I'm not Angela Junebug. My name's Amanda. And so I do paid personal readings on the stream too, that I will do after I do the collective. For anyone who wants a personal reading, if you have questions or have a personal question answered, there's this board back here that has all my prices and info on it if you're interested. Okay. Ouch. Got her again. Junebug, what does that mean? You're not making any sense. So if you're not making any sense, I suggest you start making sense, or I'm gonna kick you out. Okay, Nope. You're not going to make any sense? I'll clarify? Okay. Then you need to go, because I don't have time for the nonsense. Okay. Alright, beautiful people. Hold on, y'all. Real quick. Alright, beautiful people. So let's see what's going on with y'all. Spirit, show me. Spirit. I don't know who I'm picking up on, but I feel like someone in y'all close vicinity, family, friends, could even be a loved one or even yourself. If someone's having health issues, beautiful people. You know, I don't read on health, but I feel like things will get better. I don't feel like this is a major issue, but I feel like it's one that needs to be looked into by a doctor, especially if the person's still having physical symptoms and things aren't getting better, if you're taking over-the-counter meds and all that. Because I feel like you'll get better care by seeing a doctor, especially if it's an ongoing issue, which I feel like for someone it is, with physical issues and illness here. What else, Spirit? Well, someone is being manipulated. I feel like someone isn't being upfront and honest. For someone, this is someone else. But I feel like for many of y'all, this is just like you not being honest with yourself or being honest with someone close to you. And I feel like it's worrying some of y'all. Like you're afraid to kind of come clean to them. Like I feel like this is like a big lie. This is possibly even in a romantic relationship. This can be someone who hasn't been upfront either about your, how do I put this, extracurricular activities, I'll call them, or even when it comes to money. I feel like someone got in trouble at work. So I don't know if someone's going to end up going through and possibly losing their job, but there's a deceitful energy here. And I feel like if this isn't you, if this is someone else, I feel like they're going to come in and play the victim and not hold themselves accountable for why things went wrong here. I feel like they're going to even possibly gaslight you in some way, especially when this comes to your personal relationships with this person. I feel like they're not going to want to acknowledge that they're part of the problem, and it's like there's this stubborn energy refusing to acknowledge the issues at hand. So instead of them going through and saying, yeah, I need to do something, I need to change, I need to work on this, they're going to turn it around on you. For some of y'all, I feel like this is you not necessarily playing the victim blame or pointing the fingers, but I do feel like there's something here that you're not willing to come to terms with, like you're in denial of something. I feel like you're wanting, Spirit just said this is like a power or control issue, where you're wanting to be more in control of a relationship, whether this is in a romantic sense or this is even with your family or friends. There seems to be a dominating energy here that always feels the need to be in control. So then too, it'll be like this manipulation tactic where I feel like they would come through and go in and gaslight you. Or you can even be the one that gaslights them, making it seem like it's everyone else's fault but your own. So, beautiful people, be careful of this energy. You know, if this is you, beautiful people, you know, you can't expect things to be happy if you're not willing to take accountability and change for the better. Because I feel like this is going to be a constant issue coming up, and it's going to be back and forth. And I don't feel like things are going to ever get any better or things are going to ever go anywhere. And I surely don't feel like you're going to get your way here. I feel like the people in your life you're dealing with see this, they know this about you. And I feel like even some of them already see it coming. So I feel like they're going to end up pulling the rug out from underneath you if you're not careful. So don't fall into that trap of victim mentality or trying to point the blame on everyone else. We all are adults. We all have to take accountability for ourselves instead of making it everyone else's fault of why things go wrong or why things aren't going right. Some of y'all might be experiencing an increase, jeez, I can talk right, an increase in your intuition. Some of y'all might be getting a lot of downloads. There could just be this little nudge that's telling you something's this way or that way, or maybe you should turn down this road and not that road. Even some of y'all could be having some of these downloads happening in your sleep when you're dreaming. I feel like for someone this involves a loved one who has an addiction problem. I feel like you're being warned. Like, I get a masculine energy, so I feel like this can be a loved one on the other side that's trying to warn you about someone in your family who's struggling with some type of addiction, and the person feels much younger. So I feel like this is like a child that could be out there going behind your back and drinking, partying, using drugs, possibly. I feel like even someone in this group, I feel like they almost, I'm not saying almost, I see someone almost ran off the road. So Spirit's wanting to warn you, like I feel like your loved ones want to warn you if you're having concerns about your older kids out there drinking, doing drugs, and then possibly putting their life or someone else's life at risk. I feel like you have reasons to be concerned, because I feel like something's almost happened already once, because Spirit just showed me headlights coming right at me, and I see them, they ran off the road. So if you're worried about your loved one, get them help, beautiful people. And don't run away from it, because I feel like your loved ones on the other side are trying to help you, and they're trying to warn you. I feel like they're trying to wake someone up here to get control of themselves and get their life straight. What else, Spirit? Someone else is having problems with someone you're working with. You're not getting along with someone at work. I feel like this even could be your boss. I get a change in hours even, so there's been a mess up with the schedule. Like, I'm picking up on someone where you had a regular routine of maybe you went to work at 8 o'clock in the morning and you got off at 4 in the afternoon. And now suddenly the boss is changing your schedule to where you're coming in at 4 in the afternoon and covering the evening shift instead of covering the morning shift. And I feel like this is causing problems with others you work with, because I feel like there's someone that you work with during the mornings, just as an example, who you get along with, but like the evening shift, you don't get along with them. So it's causing a conflict. And then for someone else, this is a conflict at home, where you may not have the support at home if you have young kids or an older parent that maybe you're having to take care of. So Spirit's saying you may have to reconsider where you're working at right now, and you might want to consider trying to find something else, because I don't feel like right now or anytime soon that the manager boss is going to give and give you back your regular schedule. But y'all use y'all's discernment and y'all decide what's best for y'all. I'm just a messenger. And I went half my cards on the floor. Where'd it go, Amanda? Oh. Alright. What else, Spirit? Give me one more, Spirit. I'm going to pull from this other deck real quick. No, Spirit. Give me one, not two. I have one more card, Spirit. is this involving? Show me, Spirit. Someone's at a crossroads. You feel stuck. You're unable to make a decision. There's this big fork in the road. And I feel like this involves a decision whether to walk away from a relationship or not. This can be romantic, but it doesn't have to be. I feel like this can even involve a work relationship or even a friendship. Spirit just said this is like childhood friends. So if you're having friends with your childhood friend, if you're having problems with a childhood friend, I feel like I'm picking up more on that than it could be romantic. Spirit, show me why. I feel like there's been a lack of attention to y'all's friendship, y'all's relationship. I feel like this person has been coming in and trying to make plans, and then they either don't show up or they break the plans at the last minute. I'm even picking up on someone who says they're gonna be there. They'll call, but they don't. Or you're the one that ends up having to reach out to them. They don't ever pick up the phone and call you. You always call them. So I feel like it feels like someone here isn't putting forth the effort to keep the friendship and that bond going. So you're feeling like you're being neglected here. And the roles can be reversed too. Beautiful people. So, but I feel like this hurts you greatly. You're at a deep loss. Unsure of what to do with this relationship, this friendship. Because I could tell this person means a lot to you. And you're really struggling to go forward. Whether to go forward and try and keep building this relationship, hoping that this person will kind of get the hint that, you know, something needs to change. They need to start keeping their word, showing up, being consistent, or you're just going to completely walk away from them. And beautiful people, if that's happening with you, you can't expect people to read your mind. You got to be straight up and up front with them. You can't expect them just to already know this, because some people just don't know. I'm not going to say they're, you know, ignorant, but we'll just say that some people may not be as in tune with their emotions or the emotions of others. Maybe they're too busy, you know, living their own life in other aspects, that this is the last thing that they have any love, care, or concern for. It's not to say that they don't care about you, but like I said, maybe they have, you know, a spouse and young kids that they're responsible for, so maybe they take up all their time, so maybe they don't recognize that they're not putting forth the same effort as you to keep this friendship going. Alright. What else, Spirit? Which deck? Let me see. Pull a couple from this real quick. Here's my dice. Alright, Spirit. What else do you want to bring forward real quick? Memories. Nope. dropping everything tonight, aren't you? Alright. Well, someone's going to want to reconcile. This is either you or this is them. I remember last night I was talking about there being an issue in someone's romantic relationship where I saw a masculine energy who's been drinking by himself, worrying about someone that he knows he messed up with. So, if this is you or this is them, I feel like they want to reconcile, or you want to reconcile, because I just got my dice just landing on reconciliation. So, I would say expect to start hearing from this person, because I feel like they've been thinking a lot about you. I even have the photograph here that's telling me that. So they're thinking about all the memories and all the new memories they want to make. Like, I feel like they want to start over with you. I just don't know if they're going to put forth the effort. Like, I feel like there has to be some meeting of the minds here, being on the same page in order to make this work. Because I feel like someone only wants to give half the effort instead of being all in. Or they don't want to go the long distance with this person, where it comes to y'all being in alignment with y'all's dreams, goals for the long term. Short term, it might be okay, but long term, I'm not picking up that it's going to work. But that's the way the energy is right now, beautiful people. That doesn't mean it can't change. But someone's going to have to really break free of any addictions they may have, because the devil card's coming up again right here. So, and Spirit showing me that something has to change. This needs to come to an end. If you want this relationship to work out, if you want to reconcile with this person, or you're hoping that this person will reconcile with you, if you are having any addictions, you know, and that doesn't have to be drugs and alcohol. Maybe you have problems with money, spending money, or maybe you have a food addiction. Whatever this is. You can even be addicted to the internet, where you spend all your time on the internet or playing video games. Something's going to have to change here in order for growth to come. Otherwise, I don't see it going the long haul. What else, Spirit? Yeah, I feel like this person is doing something so they can forget about their pain, or you've been doing something to try and numb your pain instead of handling the problems, the issues, even the tension, even your feelings. I feel like some of y'all are running away from your feelings for this person, and you're not sure how to handle it. So instead of dealing with it sober, I feel like you're out there trying to do something to numb it. So even if you're eating or overindulging eating, it seems like that creates this chemical in your body that makes you feel numb. But the dice landed on feeling numb. So many are feeling numb, trying to hide, getting away from what you're afraid of, whether you're at fault or not. Okay, that's not up for me to decide, beautiful people. But you know where you stand, and I feel like some of y'all are running from that truth. What else, Spirit? Hammer. Yeah, I feel like some of y'all are trying to punish yourself too. What is this Spirit? Some of y'all working hard. Staying focused on your career or on a project that matters to you. This other energy I get, some of y'all are punishing yourself. And this comes back to the relationships you're having. Whether this is family, friends, or a romantic partner. Because I get the hammer here. So it feels like something here needs to be torn down and be rebuilt. Others, like I said, when it comes to your career, I feel like this is something you're really dedicated to and you're really focusing on building it. And looking ahead, I feel like you're really looking at other, I just heard prospects. So I feel like working hard, staying focused on your job or on this project, I feel like you feel like that's going to open a doorway to more opportunities coming towards you. And I feel like there's a reason to really feel and believe that, because I see that there is the clover out here, which is good luck. So there's a change in good fortune. I feel like what you're working on is going to be worth the risk, because I get the dice card right here too. So it's worth the risk, a gamble. Just make sure you stay structured. Make sure you stay strong and resilient. I don't feel like it's going to be an easy road for you. I feel like there's going to be some late nights, working late. I even feel like you're going to possibly even have to give up some weekends in order to get this job, this project done in time, or to come out successful with this job. Like, I feel like this is like a contract. Spirit just said consultant. So whoever I'm speaking to, this is like a newly contract you just got. And it feels like it's a consultant job. So sometimes those are only just like 3-month contracts, 6-month contracts. So I feel like that's where you feel like if you do this one contract right, it's going to create a doorway for more people to discover you, that are going to hear about you, where you'll get more contracts, more people wanting to hire you. And this feels something having to do with IT. This is IT. This has to do with billing. I'm picking up someone who does coding. What do they call that? Health coding and billing or something. That's what I feel like that pertains to, is what Spirit's showing me. Alright, one more Spirit. What does this pertain to? Spirit saying you need to take quick action. Show me, Spirit. If you're getting approached for any opportunities, job related, I just heard even someone's trying to purchase a vehicle, a car, or someone's selling a car. Spirit saying you need to take action fast on it, because I feel like when it comes to this car, whoever this is for, either you're going to get a lot of offers, but I feel like the person that's going to pay you the most is the one you're going to hear from at the very beginning. Or if you're trying to buy a car, I feel like you need to jump on it if you have found that car. And it seems like it's a good price before someone else comes in and takes it. Because Spirit's showing me that there's going to be many other offers. If you wait around and only think about it, I'm not telling you to rush your decisions, especially when it comes to money and all that. But Spirit's showing me you need to jump on it. Otherwise, you might end up regretting it. I feel like that opportunity might walk away from you. And that car gets sold to someone else. Especially if you're in need of a car right now. Okay. What else, Spirit? Nope. Show me. Okay. Spirits want you to listen to yourself, trust your intuition, um, especially when it comes to a possible, Spirit just said, possible move. Someone's fixing a move, or someone's in the process of moving. Um, I feel like I'm getting a feminine energy. So I'm picking up like someone is here, like you got warned that this move may be costly, or the place you're moving to um isn't gonna have all of the things you're hoping it'll have. Like I feel like someone's trying to start over. I feel like this new beginning. I can even pick up this is like a younger adult who's wanting to start out on their own. You're just like leaving home. And I feel like you talk to your parents or your grandparents about moving out on your own, but you didn't want to just like move down the street, so to speak, from them. I feel like you wanted to move like a far distance away. And I feel like you got told by your parents, grandparents, this could even be an older sibling, to do your homework, to check it out, because you might end up finding out that yes, maybe the rent is cheap, but you may end up finding out it'd be something like me, where I'm out in the sticks, and the closest grocery store to me is 30 minutes away. So, which means unless you have a reliable vehicle, you may not be able to get to the store or get to a job. Like I feel like the place you're moving to is going to be off the grid, so you're not going to have all the possible employment opportunities that you would if you lived closer in the bigger city. So I feel like you have an opportunity to change your mind. And I feel like you've kind of been getting that gut feeling that maybe you should reconsider this move. Um, I'm not going to tell you, you do what you feel is right, but I feel like there's reasons to worry if you go through with this. Do I feel like if you know, go ahead with this move that it will be successful in the long run? I mean, I feel like it could be, but I feel like you're going to have to put some extra time and effort and really put forward a game plan on how you're going to get around. Because, like I said, I'm getting someone it's like, being 30 plus minutes away from a grocery store, from most places that will give you a job, especially a good job where you're going to make a good income. And unless you have a good vehicle, I see that there's going to be some problems. So my only suggestion to you is just make sure if you have a vehicle, make sure you get all the maintenance and repairs done on it. Don't You can't afford to allow that to go to the sidelines, is what Spirit's showing me. So just reconsider that, beautiful people. I feel like if you do this though too, Spirit showing me you might find yourself not able to make new friends. So that could be an issue too, especially if you don't like being alone. I feel like there's this need to want to live close to people, but not be out there in the city where it's constant congestion like traffic, which that I get, but Spirit showing me that, yeah, it could be beneficial for you in one regard, but in another one it may not be. So reconsider it. Mm, yeah, Spirit showing me it's going to be a big risk. I feel like it will be a good retreat. Like, I feel like where you're wanting to move to would be somewhere that people would want to go to when they are taking like family vacation or weekend getaway. But outside of that, I'm not getting like it's gonna be exactly what you thought it would be. I think financially you thought this would be a good deal, a good thing, but in all other aspects, I don't feel like it's gonna be what's gonna make you happy in the long term. So unless you're going to school out there, because like I said, I feel like this is a younger person. You may want to reconsider it, beautiful. Whoever that's for. But you're in charge of your life. You decide. Can't make those decisions for you. Never forget, you are the CEO of your life. Use your discernment. Alright. Put this up. I'm going to pull those dice out later. Alright. Alright, beautiful people. Where did that last card go? Oh, the Amanda right there in front of you. Alright, this is a tarot spread I pulled for y'all tonight. So, beautiful people, again, all this, what I was just talking to y'all about, that's part of the general collective, and so is this. This is a general collective reading. It's not a personal reading. So take what messages resonate and leave behind the rest. And if something doesn't fit, please don't force it to fit. Leave it behind for someone else. And if you're interested in a personal reading and have a question, my board's right here that has all my prices on it, in case you're interested. All right, beautiful people. So first off, this is in y'all's present energy. Again, this seems to have something to do with your career, your money, where things are starting to come into alignment. Things seem to be a little more comfortable. But I feel like there's been an issue here where discussions have come up when it comes to your money, especially how it's being spent, where I feel like this is like having to do with how much money you're making. So I'm picking up an energy of someone who went to their boss and asked for a raise, but you're still waiting on your boss to answer you. Are they going to give you that raise? Are you going to get that promotion, or is it time to move and look elsewhere? I feel like there's gonna be good news coming in for you if you're waiting on to hear back from your boss about getting a possible raise or something else that's gonna be able to provide and give you that monetary increase you're looking for. As I get the judgment here, I feel like your employer, your boss, has seen all the good you've done with the company. They see you growing. They see where you really have stepped up to the plate in the past year. 6 months to a year I'm picking up. So I feel like this is where they're going to show and reward you. You're going to be recognized for all your good hard work and contributions you've made. Um, I'm even picking up on someone where I feel like there could be another opportunity to change jobs where I feel like you have been kind of keeping your eye out there on um, looking for a job or opportunity in the same company you work for. Like I'm picking up on someone who might be possibly retiring soon, or someone who is looking at possibly leaving the company and going elsewhere. So I feel like a job opportunity is going to open up where you're going to have that opportunity to possibly apply for it, or even your manager comes to you and offers you the job, and that too can give you a monetary increase. So I'm getting a lot of good luck here when it comes to career. I feel like things are flowing smoothly overall. Outside of maybe having problems with a colleague that I feel like I'm picking up on some of y'all. There's someone in your workplace who is, Spirit has said, conniving, manipulative, um, someone that likes to gossip even. And yeah, it seems to be like a headache. And I feel like for some of y'all, there is tension in the workplace. But Spirit saying, stay focused on your work. You can't, get caught up in the gossip, and allow it to affect your, job and how well you do your job. They can go through and talk about you and say you're not doing a good job or whatever they want to say, but Spirit's saying ignore them. It's not worth getting caught up in that drama, but that's like high school nonsense. So don't feed the monster is what Spirit just said. And by not feeding it, you just ignore it and keep working and doing what you're supposed to be doing. I feel like in y'all's love, romantic love, things for some of y'all who things have been going well recently. I feel like things are starting to kind of like pick up speed where things are starting to come into a regular routine. Like I pick up like this relationship is growing. I'm picking up on someone who is even looking at possibly taking the relationship to the next step, which means possibly either labeling this relationship as exclusive or possibly even looking at moving in together or even something more than that. Like if you're, been with your lover for a long time and, been talking about marriage, then I feel like a proposal can be on the horizon for you. But Spirit saying that you may want to be careful, okay, to not become into getting too comfortable. Not meaning that things are going to fall apart, but I do get the Tower card here. And this Tower card is telling me with this routine card that though it's nice that things have become so comfortable where you feel like you can have a regular routine and like you can predict what each other's doing, that can also set you up for failure in the long term because that means you're becoming too complacent, which I feel like for many of y'all, that's not something you would want to happen because you still want adventure. You still want to, be spontaneous and do things, Yeah, during the week, if, when you're working, that's one thing. But you want some either even one night out of that work week where you all just randomly do something spontaneous instead of coming home, cooking dinner, and watch TV and going to bed. I feel like someone is really wanting to still go out and like either go out to dinner instead or go and do something, a hobby, to kind of break it up so it doesn't become so routine, predictable. There's nothing wrong with, you know, knowing what your other half is going to do, but when it becomes too complacent, it becomes bored, and that can be troublesome for many couples. So be careful about that. So, Spirit saying you may want to look at changing your routine. If things have become that way, it's time to change it. Because I feel like if you don't change it, then the flames is going to start fizzling out. And that's not something that I feel like Could be problemsome, as far as a big thing, but it's going to take work, and that's what Spirit wants to remind y'all of. Your relationship, romantically, it's going to take work. It's like I tell y'all, it's consistency. You got to continue to do the same things you did at the very beginning of this relationship that you did, and it took for you to get your person. So let's just say if you were that person who, said, okay, well, I'm going to call you every day. I'll call you in the morning, and I'll call you at my lunch hour, and then I'll call you, before we go to bed, and I'll say goodnight. That's something you need to continue doing, because you've already shown your person that that's something they should be able to rely and depend on you to do. Okay. Or maybe you're one who maybe you got up in the morning and made breakfast. And, if you're living together, well, that's something you still got to continue doing, because that brings the spark. That's part of the reason why your person chose you. That's part of what grew them to you, to want to be with you. And out of all the people in the world, that's why they chose you. It's things like that. So it's your words and your actions have to fall in alignment, and they have to stay consistent. So, like, if you were ones that, that would go out and pick up your lady some flowers just because, just every once in a while you surprise her, that's something you need to continue doing even after you become exclusive or you move in together or get married. That's something that's going to keep that fire going. Otherwise, it will start to fizzle out, because then you start taking that person for granted. Like, some people have this mentality that they don't have to continue doing the same things they did in the beginning to get their person. Well, you would be incorrect. That's exactly what you got to continue doing. It's about consistency. So show that you are reliable, you're dependable, that your actions are just as powerful as your words. They should actually be more powerful. So whatever actions you did in the beginning, don't stop doing them, which means you got to break up this routine somehow. Some of these actions, they're good, but there's some that they still want you to be spontaneous, or you want them to be spontaneous with you. So y'all place it where it fits. But I feel like overall, things are going to start growing. They're flourishing. Um, I feel like Spirit just said someone's going to be taking a trip soon. So maybe your partner or your significant other lives at a distance from you, and I feel like they're close to you, like within an hour or two drive. I feel like they live at a longer distance, so maybe out of state, possibly even another country. I feel like someone's gonna be traveling soon to see their partner, and I feel like things are gonna pick up steam. I feel like once y'all have this last time, this little time together, since y'all are in a long distance relationship, whoever I'm talking to, I feel like that's gonna ignite that flame. If you've been worried that, you feel like, well, how am I supposed to, keep the fire going when we live, so far away from each other? I feel like by going and spending time with this person in person, it's gonna ignite this fire. So so you won't feel like it becomes so complacent. But overall, I feel like that a lot of things are starting to settle down. But that's a good thing. That's what Spirit's saying. You want stability. You want, that security, that foundation for that relationship to keep growing on. So just break up that routine so this tower doesn't disrupt your whole relationship, and y'all end up going your separate ways here. All right. And then for y'all's relationships, when it comes to friends and family, I feel like for some of y'all, there is um things that are taking how do I put this, Spirit? Things are being decided right now. Um Even for some of y'all, I feel like, especially when it comes to a family member, and I'm picking up a feminine energy. I feel like there's a need to even possibly travel to see someone. So this is like someone in your family, I feel. Um, this could be a younger child, not young, um, but someone that is a young adult. I feel like that there is reasons they need, you know, you to come to them. Like I feel like they need your help. Um, I feel like that things are really strained right now, and they're trying to figure out how to improve their relationship with you, or you are trying to improve your relationship with them. Like I feel like there's a lot of um beliefs or disagreements here where you both are like standing firm, trying to stand your ground here with each other. You know, you're trying to be respectful of each other's wishes, each other's beliefs, wants, and so forth, without having to give up power or control. And I feel like that's been kind of hard to do if you are living in separate homes, or if you live at a distance away from your loved one. And this is for family and friends, y'all. So, Spirit showing me that, ooh, I just saw a calendar. 30 days, within the next 30 days, they're saying like someone is going to end up making a last minute trip to come see the other person, or you're going to start making plans to get together, um, to try and work on this relationship where there's still a rift. There's still a lot of tension. I still pick up a lot of chaotic energy around you, where someone is still being very stubborn. Someone still is being very self righteous. They don't feel like they've done anything wrong, or they don't feel like they're in the wrong. And I feel like you, whoever it is I'm talking to, I feel like like you've done everything wrong that, or done everything right that you can do for them. But no matter how much you do, they're still going to see it as you're not doing enough, or they can never do anything right, or you can't do anything right, like they're always in the wrong, or you're always in the wrong. Um, like they're wrong for to want you to constantly be there at their beck and call is what I just heard. But you're wrong in their eyes for feeling like you got it. You're trying to let them go and live their life, but they're struggling to get grounded and stand on their own 2 feet. And you, like I'm picking up like a parent, I feel like you are trying to hold back, and yeah, you love them, but you're trying to show them tough love. And now that's causing problems in your relationship because they don't see it that way. They see it as you're punishing them, like as if they were little kids still living under your roof. So, Spirit saying it might mean you gotta kind of like swallow your pride here. Um, they're not saying give in to what they're wanting or expecting you to do, but they're saying it might mean you can't try and fix this over the phone or by text or by email. This is something that has to be done in person. So whether you live at a distance or y'all live within an hour of each other, this is a conversation that has to take place in person. It can't be done over the phone, through email, or through text, because y'all can easily just hang up on each other, or you don't even have to read their email, answer the phone, or read their text message. So, to make sure both people are being heard and understood, this has to be done in person. Or at the minimum, Spirit saying try doing video chat first. If you have that capability and that technology, do video chat first. But if it feels like y'all aren't getting anywhere, then it's time to look at making that trip, even if you live at a faraway distance. Spirit saying it's time, so that way things can grow and get better. So you're not constantly on edge or wondering, if your loved one is gonna come through for you, or if they're questioning if you're gonna come through for them. I feel like this is a time to make your feelings known, to put up your boundaries and say, this is what I'm willing to do, and this is what I'm not willing to do, and kind of be, if you don't like it, like my daddy would say, tough potatoes. So, like my daddy would always say, when I would want him to do something, and it was something that might have been outrageous, could have been, like me and my brother had some outrageous requests. I ain't gonna deny that. And my daddy would always say, wish in one hand, crap in the other, see which one fills up first. So maybe that's how you gotta put it to your family member, your child. This could even be a sibling. This could even be a parent. Place it where it fits, beautiful people. But never forget that y'all do have love for each other. As long as you don't lose that love and respect for each other, it's still a matter about compromising. Because that's what Spirit's showing me. Advice for all of this. Spirit's showing me that, this stuck energy that I picked up on some of y'all, even this, I feel this tension. Like, I feel tension in my neck. I even feel tension in my head. Like, I really feel like this is really leaving you not sleeping well. You're not able to really think clearly, not focus on, your day to day life, even the, just the simple things. Like, I feel like someone wants to stay in bed because I feel a lot of sadness, isolation. Like, I feel like someone's been isolating themselves from the rest of the world with this imprisonment card here. This even feels like an 8, 9 of swords type energy, okay? Spirit saying stop getting in your own way, but stop allowing others to overstep their boundaries with you too. So, um, I know you're thinking about this a lot. I know you're trying to come up with a solution on how to make things better. But then again, there's some people, beautiful people, and this isn't for everyone, y'all. Okay? But I pick up on one or two people who are still very much self righteous. Okay? So they're always going to say that they're right and you're wrong. And they'll never admit that they're wrong. So be careful about that. And you might come to that realization that no matter how strong you try and stand your ground with them, and tell them, this is how you make me feel, or, you know, you saying this, hurts me. They're still not going to take ownership. And I feel like you know that. And I feel like that hurts you. And I feel like that's creating that wedge where you're not able to put in the extra effort to want to try and make things work with them. Like, I feel like someone is still on the edge of wanting to walk away, saying, throwing your hands up. I see someone throwing their hands up like, the hell with it. I can't do anything right anyway, so why waste my time and energy to where I could see it causing a big split? And Spirit's wanting you to not do that, you know. I feel like there has to be um, some self-reflection, still taking ownership of your actions, what you've done in this. Not saying it's your fault completely, but not saying that it's the other person's fault either. But you're going to have to face yourself here with this moon card. You know, there's the need to have to face yourself, having to not be afraid to face yourself and be in denial where you are in this, but also give love and attention to yourself and to this other person too. So there has to be like a little bit of both that tough love and also that warm, loving, nurturing care for that person and for you. So it feels like there needs to be a huge conversation has to take place here where someone's going to have to really come to the table and speak up, say what they need, what they want, what they expect, and the other person needs to be open, receiving, being able to listen and saying, okay, yeah, I'm willing to do this. No, I'm not willing to do that. And yeah, you're not gonna win everything you want or get your way, but doesn't mean that you're gonna lose completely either. But to me, And what Spirit's saying, the biggest thing you can lose is your relationship with this person. And you don't want that. I know y'all don't want that. Y'all are so loving and caring. Y'all care about your relationships. You care about the people in your life, friends, family, and if you have a romantic partner. So don't allow your pride to get the best of you here. And don't allow your fears to cause you to not be willing to take an extra step. And maybe you have to go out of your way to a degree, but understand that maybe it might still not turn out that way. And you may take that extra step hoping that it'll change them and they'll be willing to maybe put in extra time and energy on their part too. It just may not turn out that way. Because, like I said, there's this self righteous energy I pick up that wants to say, no, I didn't do anything wrong. What do I have to be sorry for? So just be mindful of this, y'all. You know, it takes clear communication, trust in each other, respect, not just hearing your side and not being open and listening to the other person, because communication isn't just about listening, it's also about digesting what the other person's saying and acknowledging it. So Spirit's showing me, if you can get out of your way and face your fears, do some self-reflection, and have some trust that even though things might start off rocky, you know, I have this short illness card, but this is just telling me that things will be delayed a little bit, that things will come out in your favor, that you'll have everything you want. With this Nine of Pentacles, you'll have, you know, your relationships, you'll have the stability, the ground, the foundation. Um, you won't feel like for some of y'all, even though this was applying to romantic, but where'd it go? You won't have this tower come in and disrupt everything, I feel. There will be more solid ground, more happiness, where it won't feel so rocky or unpleasant or feeling like you're walking on eggshells or constantly questioning. So Spirit's asking, be patient, have some, you know, compassion, even, yeah, some sympathy and a little more understanding. And it might mean you got to be a little more attentive too, because maybe someone is dealing with some health issues. There's always that possibility too. I don't read on health, but I'm just saying, yes, that could be a possibility as well. So maybe they're struggling with something that they're not willing to talk to you about just yet. And you got to make that safe space for them to want to come and talk to you and open up to you and tell you what it is that they haven't been willing to talk to anyone else about. But maybe they're afraid. So just be mindful of that. You know, it's hard to make relationships work because they're so complex. And if you're not upfront and telling your people, friends, family, romantic, where you feel, how you feel, where you stand, where you draw the line. You can't expect them to act in a way you would want them to act if you're not being upfront, if you're afraid to tell them, if you're afraid you're going to hurt their feelings, if you're afraid they're going to reject you. You know, it's not going to work. Then you're going to be over here playing the victim and like, well, I didn't do anything wrong. Well, I told them how I felt. Well, you know, didn't you read my mind? No, they can't read your mind, beautiful people. You got to understand that. And I know it's hard to ask for what you want sometimes. And I know it's hard to tell people how you feel sometimes because you're afraid they may even take it wrong. Well, that's part of being an adult. Communication is key. It's crucial. It's part of the process. We all have to be clear about what we're wanting and not just expecting everyone to guess it or assume they know, because they don't. Unless you tell them, they're not going to know, beautiful people. And then if you're breaking your word, your promises, you know, it's hard for them to want to be opening, be willing. To want to hear you out or even be more forgiving than maybe they have been prior. So just think about that. Alright. This is a few oracle cards I pulled for y'all. Guides of the Hidden Realms. Holding space for love. It says, you may be having an experience meant to teach you a lesson that you thought you already learned. It's causing you to feel like you're retracing your steps, but you are truly progressing, moving forward, like a dancer on a spiral staircase. Along the way, you learn how to love and accept yourself and then are better able to hold space for others. Now you're being asked to observe a person or situation with an open, loving heart, releasing the need to judge or fix. It's more important now to understand them than for you to express your perspective. Can you slow down and listen deeply with your heart rather than your head? Drop the lens of the past and see through compassionate eyes. Listen between the lines to what's not being said in words, but what may be expressed in a more subtle way. Allow things to be as they are and still be willing to move forward, to explore and learn, and let curiosity lead the way. You're in a beautiful place right now, so love the imperfections you're gifted with. It will set everyone free. And beautiful people, I can't make it up here. You know, Spirit's confirming and clarifying more what I was just saying about our relationships. Being present, being open, and not being so judgmental and trying to listen. The key thing is to listen. Holding that space, that sacred space, that safe space to listen, to have those conversations, to be with each other. You know, because it's like I pick up on someone just now that really feels like they don't get enough time with you. Or at least they feel like they don't get the time, the kind of time they used to get from you, like one-on-one time. Like I get someone that's, you know, I'm picking up on someone who feels like, you know, they only get pieces of you. And it's in between, you know, being around other people. So I feel like someone's wanting more one-on-one time with you. And that could be part of the problem. They may not be able to open up to you, you know, as you may want them to, because you're not creating that open, safe space for them to want to speak to you, to where there's not other ears listening. So that's something to consider too, beautiful people. So hold that compassionate, loving space for them. But don't forget about holding it for yourself too, okay? I don't want y'all to forget about y'all in that equation either. And then did I pull another one? No, I didn't. All right, beautiful people. The angel number I pulled for y'all is 1818, and this is willpower. Wow, significant events are on the cards for you. You will progress in your endeavors and gain new experiences. The right people and resources will be put on your path. An excellent proposal or change is coming up. You're destined for greatness. So this is willpower, number 1818. Have that willpower. Crossing over the finish line, especially when we're talking about work projects or that opportunity to be promoted, to get that raise, or even the opportunity to possibly move forward and go up the next step in your relationship, romantically, or try and work on and improve your other relationships when it involves your friends and family. It's all about your willpower. Be resilient. Face your fears. Put away your doubts. And then the angel card I pulled for y'all is Thrones, opportunity for growth. And it says, there is a sacred time of growth, healing, and understanding. There is more information coming your way. Trust that all you need to know will be revealed to you in the perfect time space sequence. If you are experiencing challenges, know that these are growing pains that are contributing to a more aligned future. Only God will come from the, only good will come from this situation. Trust that life is guiding you to growth. And the positive affirmation here is, every challenge I face is an opportunity to grow. Every challenge I face is an opportunity to grow. And that's what I have for y'all, beautiful people, for the general collective reading. Again, beautiful people, that was a general collective reading. It wasn't a personal reading, so take what messages resonate and leave behind the rest. If something didn't fit, please don't force it to fit. If you have a personal question, wanting answers, personal reading, my board's right here with all that info, with my prices. Alright, put this up. Everywhere. Oh no. Too many cards laying on my desk now. Okay. Hi, beautiful people. Alright, who all is here? Hold on, y'all, gotta stand up. My back is screaming at me again. Well, I was trying to go back to the beginning. Gnostic, Sage, Eternal, 420, Sunnyland. Whoa. Go back. No. And stupid crowns. Shelby. Hi, Deborah. Jerome. Father something. Debs. Moonchild. Mm, okay. Yvonne. Hi, beautiful people. If I didn't say your name, I'm sorry. I'm saying hello. Oh. So how y'all doing? Hello, Zaid. Ooh. I just heard Rocky Mountain High. I don't know who that's for. It's so still and quiet. 420. Okay, Deborah. No, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling good, Moonchild. I'm sending you healing, love, and light, honey. No, thank you, Deborah. That's sweet of you, honey. You live at the edge of Rocky Mountains and you're high. You're funny, Eternal. That's what I got looking at a card. So, did you, Moonchild? I don't know if I saw your missed call. If I did, honey, I'm sorry. I probably was busy getting ready. What time did you call? I didn't wake up till late because I was up in the late morning. You say, that's funny. Rockies and high. Imagine that, really. Yeah, it depends. Nope, I was still sleeping. Because I didn't sleep well last night. I slept for a couple hours, then I woke up. And then laid back down and woke up, was up for a few hours, so I didn't sleep solid. And because I was up this morning, I ended up having to lay back down, especially when my back was screaming at me. Which I'm worried about taking that road trip tomorrow. I have to. Sounds like you need more rest and water. Who, me, Zaid? Is that who you're talking to? When, Debs? You talking about today or tomorrow? Well, you're probably right about the water part, but the rest, I mean, I try and get as much rest as I can. Just depends on how long I'm on here for. And then my back just likes to scream at me if I sit for too long, or if the weather is all messed up. And being a woman, that doesn't help. I'm sure y'all can use y'all's imagination. So, Yeah, take naps around noon. Yeah, well, I mean, it's hard for mine because mine's right there in my tailbone area. So it hurts when I sit for too long. And this chair isn't the most comfortable. In fact, I gotta admit, I was so tempted. I was so tempted to set up my stream in my bedroom and stream from my bed. I said, no, I can't do that. That's not professional. But I almost did. Almost considered it. It'd be different if I was up more, physically moving around like I used to. Um, I would be on the go all day long. And when I mean on the go, I would be out running errands, driving, or up around the house or out there doing different things, keeping me physically more in shape. Oh, I stay optimistic, Zayd. I have my good days and bad days. It's something I deal with. I had back surgery many years ago. Debs, they could. They could drain the cyst. But what you don't understand, beautiful, is it can fill up 5 minutes later. That's the problem with it. So there's something that's called a fibrin glue, I think is what it's listed as, but from what I was told by the doctors and the research I've done, it's not always a guarantee it'll work. Plus, the procedure is not covered by insurance because it's considered experimental slash it doesn't work. Or the treatment is very controversial, so because of that, the insurance companies won't pay for it most times. Yes, 420. Back surgery is risky, especially when you're dealing with the spine. So, Debs, it could be a huge waste for me to spend the money, especially when the insurance company will pay for it, plus the travel expense, because if I were to allow anyone to try and mess with that cyst, I would be traveling to Texas. I would not be getting it done here. I want the most experienced doctors um, to do it. Um, but then, like I said, they can go in there and drain it, and 5 minutes later, it can fill back up with spinal fluid, because that's all it is. The cyst is being filled up with spinal fluid. So when you think of doing anything strenuous, even me like lifting up something heavy off the floor, that can cause enough strain to cause that spinal fluid to drain into that cyst. That's what causes it to grow. Yeah, Sage knows. And it's hard because some doctors will tell you none of that treatment works. Others will tell you it does. Um, it just depends. But the problem with me is I'm at a greater risk because I have multiple cysts. In fact, I have a bilateral cyst on the other side. That's of the joint. It's not bothering me, but it's there. And because I have another one there, it puts me at a much higher risk of having a spinal fluid leak and also infection. So that's a risk that I'm not willing to take right now. I even have a few that's up in the higher part of my spine, but they're not causing me problems. And I think they even found one or two in my neck. So thankfully, they haven't caused any problems. It's just the one in my lower back that's the issue. Because it's pressing up against that nerve root. Hi, Bob. Zaid, I'm not sure what you mean, honey, by colorize it. And thank you, Sage. I appreciate you, beautiful. And then I heard even like some of the other treatments that are out there, they either don't work or the insurance company won't pay for them either. That's the other thing I did check into. So it's all the inflammation and swelling in my back, which is why sometimes my back, that main bone in the center of your spine at the very bottom, like where your butt crack is, your tailbone, that whole area will swell like half the size of a golf ball sometimes. It'll swell up a lot. And so that inflammation is not, yeah, it hurts, we'll just say. 2 more sections of the fence to do, and then you'll be done, Bob. That'll be great, baby. Thank you, Sage. Yeah. No, what I need is a good deep tissue massage that would help break some of it up where all those nerves are. Because like I even feel it right here, my butt, but it's all right here. Zaid, where do you live? I know it's scorching hot here. Ain't it, Sage? We need some rain now. It needs to cool off here. That heat is something else. Okay. I'm in Georgia. So you know all about the humidity in the South. Oh, I mean, you ain't joking, 420. That humidity is killer. I can only tolerate it for so long. Especially with my long dark hair. Has it? I believe it, Sage. I used to have one. I need to get another one and put it in this house, and I just haven't done it yet. And Bob has the heater on because it's winter for him in Australia. Well, Moonchild, you know, beautiful. I guess you can always fly down here and see me and give me a massage. I'll break your hands, though. When I get deep tissue massages, I always get the male therapist to do them because they're obviously a lot stronger. And the last couple times I went, the guy, he would go through, not only would he use his hands, but he would be using his arms, his forearm, and he'd be leaning all in, trying to loosen up the muscles in my back. Because I would tell him, you know, he would always ask me, you know, if it hurt, you know, to let him know. And I always told him, don't worry, I'll tell you if you're hurting me. You know, just keep, you know, pressing harder because you're going to help break up all those muscles that have tightened up, plus all the scar tissue built up that I need broken up too. I told him, I said, you might think you're going to hurt me. I said, but in the long run, you're helping me. Even if it hurts me just a little bit. By the time I wake up tomorrow, I'll probably be sore, but I'll feel better. And I'll be able to move around so much better too. And I normally do. You'll make me cry? I doubt it. I doubt it. I'd put you to the test, Moonchild. But I do. I need a good deep tissue massage. I haven't had one in about 7 years. So I'm well overdue. They need to focus on this whole bone in my tailbone first. So you use your elbows. I ought to stream that in charge. What, someone giving me a massage? That'd be something. Well, I mean, everybody wants to watch me bowl and shoot pool, so I said I would save that for the memberships. You never know. Well, Moonchild, what you waiting for, beautiful? Come help a sister out. Because when I go, I get about an hour, hour and a half massage. Of course, the only downside, I don't have my freaking hot tub hooked up. Because that always helped me. I need my hot tub. Of course, here they come. Well, I'm not sure what you mean, Zaid, when you said that I should stream it and make them pay, like... Yeah, but you gotta love the trolls, especially the perverts who weren't raised properly, apparently. I'm sorry y'all gotta deal with them. And this is a powerful card. It's 1150. Well, no. I reckon I should go use the ladies' room real quickly. Hi, Karen. Oh, that's okay, honey. You're not late. You're right on time. I hope your doctor's appointment went well. Not to the stream of a massage. Yeah, I agree, Sage. And thank you, beautiful. Sweet dreams to you, honey. Good night. Oh, you make me laugh, honey. Pretty much like grapes, huh? Oh my goodness. That's so terrible. I think I got some nutcrackers for you to use too, Moonchild. Yeah, I got some tweezers, nutcrackers for you. Good night, honey. Uh-oh. What happened at the doctor's, Karen? Moonchild wants to go crack someone's nuts. Hello, Figment. Man, yeah, I probably should have streamed from my bed. I just don't want to give people the wrong idea. Okay. Alright, let me run to the ladies' room. Oh, wow, Karen. Yeah, you would need someone that could be there with you, because you would need to be, like, pushed around in a wheelchair. And then have someone there to like help bathe you and all that. That stinks, Karen. I hate that, honey. Like, could they not put you in one of those rehab facilities for like a couple months while you recover from surgery? Because that would be the only way I could see how you would get that kind of help. I understand that you have things to do. But I know that you might have to rely on someone else to take care of you too, Karen. Your insurance company won't cover it. Yeah, that's the only sad part about it. Um, ouch. Well, I mean, could they not give you like a walker? Or do you already use a walker, honey? To where you could have someone, if you have like somewhere where you can support both your hands and you can hold on to, and then maybe you'd be able to like kind of like limp around a little bit so you don't put all that weight on your foot so it can, and you give it an honest chance to heal instead of going that route, beautiful. 420, you're so funny. Hey Zayd, I heard that, honey. I can't stand insurance companies. They're a joke anymore. They won't pay for nothing, it seems. It's like I pay about $1,000 a month for insurance coverage, for medications, and doctor's appointments. It's ridiculous. So I get it. Okay. Yeah. I wasn't sure, Karen, if you had recovered from your stroke or not, honey. So you're partially paralyzed already. And that can create a problem. Yeah, Moon Chaba, she's saying her insurance company won't pay for it. I mean, I would think, given your circumstances, that the doctor could call the insurance company and say, listen, she lives alone. She needs this surgery or else. That's what I would check into, honey. I wouldn't let them just tell me no. I would fight with that insurance company. I had to fight with mine to get him in there. So, I don't know, Karen. Let me think of something beautiful. But I gotta use the restroom, y'all. I'll be back. Let me go check on Toby real quick. keep them. I need more shelf space. Oh, I got a room to set up all my oracle and tarot decks on. Welcome back, Shelby. I'm praying for you, Karen. Something will get worked out for you, girlfriend. Just hang in there. Don't give up. Oh, yep. My office is still a wreck. I'm out of room, y'all. I need a couple more bookshelves. Oops. Nope. You're too funny. What the hell? Hey, Corey. How you doing, honey? You're staying 15 minutes more than you're passing out? What do you mean shelves, Karen? Yeah, well, I need bookshelves to where I can reach them. So I need them, like, on the ground right next to me. Ooh, Shelby, that sounds pretty. The audio sounds scratchy. That's weird. Does it sound scratchy to the rest of y'all? And if it does, I don't know how to fix it. Well, I haven't done anything different. It doesn't to you, Moonchild? Bob, why did you time out Corey? Was that an accident, baby? Well, Eternal, we haven't been having any problems with it, so that's pretty interesting. Father AFF, I don't know who you're talking to, but it's time for you to go. I remember seeing you before. Thank you, Shelby. Yeah, I got piles of my decks covering this desk, covering my ottoman, over here in the corner, and that bookshelf, this bookshelf. And I need a place where I can have them all laid out so I can see them. Bob, who are you talking about, baby? When you say it says on her channel she's 11. Oh, okay. Well, if she's that young, she doesn't need to be in here then. So, Corey, you know I love you, honey. But sure you know you're too young to be in my chat, girlfriend. This is for 18 and up. Figment, discovering my mental illnesses and other. Can you please not cuss in my chat, please? 420, don't be mean to her. She's been a sweetheart in here, honey. It's okay, 420. Corey's been in here several times. She's never been an issue. She's very sweet. The only problem we have is she's underage, so we can't have her in here. I know you didn't, baby. It's okay. I'm not getting mad at you, honey. I'm just letting you know. I appreciate you apologizing. No worries. Yes, we're cool, baby. Figment, I'm confused, honey. I need one of those desks that I can raise up and down. That's on the wall. I feel like I should be, I need to be like a foot shorter, and then this desk would work fine for me. You're 52, Corey? Well, why does your channel say you're 11? Because that's what my mods are saying, honey. Bob asked you to say a few things about yourself? Okay. Like I said, I was confused. Ouch. It's okay, Figment. If it wasn't for this channel being monetized, I wouldn't have a problem with it, as long as, you know, we're very conservative about how much we cuss, but because it's monetized, I can't have it here. It'd be different if the stream wasn't, yeah, if it was set to private, then it wouldn't be a problem, but I guess that will be one of the benefits, y'all, when I do start the memberships. Because then all the streams that would be members only, it wouldn't be part of the monetization part. And so we could get away with a lot more. And that's where I could show some of my cards that I always worry about showing because of the nudity on them. I appreciate it, Figment. So, I've never read the bio, so I don't know. Okay, well, then I guess it's up to me to make that executive decision. Hi, Rozelle. Okay, Corey. I understand, honey. I don't feel like you're that young. That's just what they were saying. Oh, where's my ninja when I need her? My beautiful ninja, I'm manifesting you. How you doing, Brazil? Shelby, I agree, honey. I understand. It's odd. And I can't say no because I can't see it. Hey, Jazz. How you doing, honey? Oh, Pluto boy. Don't you wish you were that lucky to find out? But damn, I'm not desperate. See you, bye. How you doing, Jazz? In all his dreams, he wished he could find out. Of course, he must be another 3 inches. Pluto boy. You know, it's not like I could really do anything with, what are these? Nutcrackers. There's really nothing I can do with that. I think even my pinky is almost bigger than that. And it is. That's funny. My pinky's bigger than this. Enjoying Cali. Well, I'm glad you like Cali. But you're going back to Europe next week. Well, you're still going to come by my stream and see me from time to time, right? I know I don't see you often, sweetheart. But I always look forward to seeing you. I know I thought about you just the other day. I thought about you and a couple other people that I haven't seen much. Let me see. Hold on. I guess I gotta sit here for a minute real quick. Well, I mean, between Shelby, Eternal, and Bob, what do y'all think? That's, as per my reading, you've been in hermit mode. Hi, Diane. How you doing, beautiful? Diane would be able to make that. There's my other soul sister. It would either be you or Majestic. Diane, Corey Wicklin says she's 53. But Bob and them are saying some of her videos or bio is saying she's 11 or 14. You tell me, beautiful. What does the energy tell you? What's their age? If you don't mind. Because, yeah, based off of what y'all are telling me, that one video wouldn't make sense to me. But I haven't seen it. I guess, let's see. Eternal. You ban? Okay, so you don't think they are 53. Oh, Shelby, I agree. I don't want anybody in here that's underage because that creates problems where we would get in trouble, and I don't want that. So, okay. Well, that answers that. Thank you, Diane. Appreciate you, beautiful. So how's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? I'm figuring I'll probably shut it down in about 25 minutes. If I don't get a paid reading, I'll probably shut it down. Yeah, you're probably right, Shelby. I mean, she's never been a problem. She's always been very sweet. She's very quiet, though, too, so. But yeah, we can't have anybody in here under 18. Oh, I love that, Shelby. Oh, look who came in. Hello, Sandy. How you doing, baby? I was just thinking about you yesterday, and I was getting ready to message you. How you been, baby? Thank you. Thank you so very, very much. Whoops, finger slipped. What? Yes, baby. I seriously was thinking about you yesterday. I was going to message you, and what was I doing? Crap. I was doing something, baby, but I was going to message you. I've been thinking about you because I noticed you haven't been around. So how you doing, baby? Thank you so much for the donation. I greatly appreciate it, baby. You know, I got some more Oracle decks in since you were here last. Hi, Larry. Thank you for the love, Sandy. Aw, well, that's sweet. You had your parents there. Was it a good visit, baby? I appreciate you so much, Sandy. That means the world to me, baby. Yeah, because I'm probably going to start the memberships in September. You failed your mom's house inspections. Your mama didn't like the changes, huh? Uh-oh. Typical mothers. Why? She said it wasn't exactly baby-proof yet. Yeah, I know. Typical mothers. So it must not be completely childproof yet, is what your mom is trying to say. So what did your mama say you gotta do, baby? What you gotta change in order to get her blessing? Mamas are the best. And that's exciting that your parents are still alive to meet their great-grandbaby. And when's your daughter due, Sandy? Oh, it's the cleaning. Yeah, that's always going to be an issue, baby. October, roughly near the 30th. Well, sculpt them into dust bunnies and tell them they're your pets. That would be funny. October. Oh, so possibly she might have a baby on Halloween then. That's funny. Well, I guess you need to do some spring cleaning first, baby. Your mama must be the type where you gotta wash down walls every few months and also wipe down the baseboards with like a wet wash rag and soap. She sounds like that kind of mama. A little OCD clean. I do understand. My mother-in-law was that way. Oh my gosh. It was so difficult. She vacuumed every single day. She vacuumed her house. And I would see her when we would go visit. I would see her picking up like little, if you were to see like lint or something on the carpet, she'd be sitting on the couch and you would see her reaching down because she was picking up like lint and all that she would see. It's like, I mean, if there was any house that I would trust to eat off their floor, it would have been her house. It was that clean. She kept it spotless. So I get it. She didn't like my cleaning. Even though I would wash the walls down and stuff, but it wasn't compared to her. She was very OCD, clean fanatic. And we got into arguments over it. Your mom always hated your cleaning. Yeah, I could imagine living more like a bachelor. You know, like, let's see. I mean, to me, as long as I clean the house once a week, we're gravy, right? Nope. That woman expects you to go and clean every couple of days. And then I remember one time when she come visit, she tried telling me how to clean my house. She tried telling me how and when. It's like, that's not going to happen here. This is my house. I live in it. We like it the way it is. You clean every Saturday and Sunday, see? That was me. I clean the house once, twice a week. And that's the extent of it. It ain't going to be constantly cleaning it every day. Unless, you use your kitchen, then of course you want to wash the dishes and clean the kitchen. But I'm not going around cleaning no bathrooms and vacuuming and all that every freaking day. So I get it. You told your mom you'd put her in a crooked old folks home. You saw on 60 Minutes if she kept cussing. Oh, she swears like a sailor, huh? That's not good. And she's talking about your cleaning. Well, I can't really say nothing, can I? Because my parents swore all the time, too. Well, tell her she can't be cussing. And tell her every single time she cusses, she has to put money in the swear jar. And then tell her she has to come over there and clean the house for you. So it'll be spotless for the grandbaby. Then you would probably never have to clean the house again, Sandy, because she'd be over there every week cleaning your house, baby. Hi, Danielle. Oh my goodness, Shelby. That sounds like my mother-in-law. Oh yeah. She would get that particular about it. It's like, oh, get out of my way. I mean, now, granted, that woman, I'll say this about my mother-in-law. She would even go through and she would pull out the fridge from the wall and she would clean behind it and she would, move it out far enough. She would clean the floor where the fridge sat and she would do the same thing with the oven. She was that much of a neat freak. Um, God rest her soul. She drove me nuts. Oh yeah, she's swearing about the mess y'all keep making for her. That's right, Shelby. You clean the dishes your way and I'll clean them my way. Well, I mean, it was like when we would go and visit. So, the rule in the house is, and this is my rule in my house, if I cook, the other person cleans. And so, naturally, even when we go visit her, if she cooked, we would go in there and clean the kitchen. And she didn't like the way we washed dishes either because to where I would keep the water running and washed and I hand washed most of the dishes. I rarely used my dishwasher. In fact, I can tell you, I haven't used that dishwasher not once since I've been in this house. Um, and so she would fill the sink up with hot water and soap and let the dishes soak and then go in there and wash them. Yeah, I wasn't doing that. I wasn't sitting around waiting for those dishes to soak unless something got stuck to the bottom of the pan and it had to, soak. So, yeah, she didn't like it, so. That sounds good, Eternal. Shelby, I think it was just the way she was raised. I heard that her mother was a clean freak and her grandmother was a clean freak, so they grew up that way. They were raised that way. Yeah, I prefer to hand wash mine too. Oh, it's your mama's fault for having 5 boys, huh? Well, you boys do make a mess. Yeah, it may sound weird, but I prefer to spend the extra 10, 15 minutes hand washing the dishes than using my dishwasher. Don't ask me why. It's one of those things, and I cannot stand dirty dishes in my sink. I can't stand it. Drives me crazy. I know, I wish I had a laundry line too. Yo, because actually I need one because most of my clothes have to be hung dry. They can't be thrown in the dryer. And I'm running out of places to hang my clothes. I don't have any more room. I'm going to have to pull out. Well, I probably don't even have another clothing moving box. But I kept one of my moving boxes when I moved here that was a closet box. I still have it. And I've been using it, put some of my clothes in there because I ran out of room in my walk-in closet. And I even got clothes hanging up above my washer and dryer. And then I even got clothes hanging up on the little pole where the shower curtain goes in the bathroom. I got some hanging up on there too. I got a lot of clothes. Mike, I like to, you need to clarify what the heck you just meant by that. Because if it wasn't out of respect, we're going to have a serious problem here. Don't be coming here acting a fool with me. Or acting like a pervert. It's disgusting. Oh yeah, I can still make a mess, Shelby. But I do clean up after myself. Um, I actually need one of those, vacuum robots. What do they call them? Oh, Sandy, I wish you could too, baby. Because some of them really need it. I still don't understand why they come in here and want to talk nonsense like that. Like, what the heck is that supposed to mean? I know, right, Shelby? Yeah, I can do that. And then some. In their own minds, they are legends. Yeah, they wish they were legends, except for, you know, we know Mr. 3 inches. Even this wrench would be too big for Mr. 3 inches. Or this hammer for that matter. I even got a hammer. See? It's grease lightning time. Sounds good to me. Hello, Hanny. Thank you. That's sweet of you. No, baby, they're charms. I got charms. Let's see. Here, I'll show you. I have my casting mat right here. And then I got all these charms in here. I actually got 2 bags of charms. So, I use these to put on this casting mat. That's what they are. I reckon you could probably use some of them as keychains. But they're for that. I just pulled those few to the side because it made me laugh, because it made me think of y'all. Especially when it comes to the perverts. That's why I pulled them out. Otherwise, I'd have them in my bag of keychains. I even got my own wrench. My Fisher-Price wrench that Chief always talks about. Oh, thank you. Hi, Jason. How you doing, baby? No, they're not them kind of charms, baby. If they were, I would have already ate them all. Although, I do have some, I got plenty of chocolate that Moonchild and, Bob sent me that I'm still eating. Yeah. I did eat one of those boxes, Bob. I did eat all the teddies. I don't know what's left. Let's see. I still have another box. That's the sweet and sour. Or no, those are the malt sticks. I know there's sweet and sour over here somewhere. But you know, I reckon I can eat this real quick. I got some Reese's too. I'm gravy, Jason. Thank you for asking. How's everything going, honey? Oh my gosh, Shelby. That's wild. Well, I mean, it's true, Sandy. I would have eaten them all, baby. I got a bad, you know, I do get a sweet tooth from time to time. And a pretty bad one at that. I already ate the other Reese's that were in there. So, I'm going to have to get me some more now. That's weird, Shelby. So, Jason, how's your love life going, baby? Oh no, baby. I already ate that whole cheesecake. It's gone. It's been gone. Well, you know, Shelby, I didn't even have to eat all that, and I gained a few pounds, so there you go. Of course, I forgot to weigh myself when I woke up today, so I don't even know what my accurate weight is. But yesterday, I weighed exactly 120. Sandy, I still dream about that cheesecake too, baby. I need to get me another one. And Shelby, don't look, honey, because I'm eating chocolate. That way you don't get tempted. I'm sure I'm every bit of 120 right now because I even drink a whole case of Mountain Dew, which I normally don't drink that much of it, but I have in the recent weeks. So, Jason, how's your love life, baby? Oh no, Shelby. Yeah, that's typical though. If you're a little overweight, um, it's typical to have both high cholesterol and high blood pressure. You can get it back down under control, Shelby, so hopefully you won't need medication. See, I take high cholesterol medicine right now. And Karen, yeah, I heard that too, honey, because I heard there's a low supply of chocolate. I guess all the farms have had a bad couple years to where the cocoa farms haven't produced as much cocoa as it was before. So what did y'all decide on, Shelby? You know, the whole problem with diets is exactly that. It's a diet. It's short term. Oh, that's awesome, Jason. How was the concert, baby? You're 264. Okay. Well, honey, I'm happy you feel comfortable sharing that with us, because I know some people have a problem with sharing their weight. And you're right about that, Sandy. I think the whole problem with weight, with diets though, is not just doing the exercise along with the diet itself. It's short term. Most people put themselves like on a time schedule, and so let's say you put yourself on a diet for 30 days and you cut out all the bad stuff you know you should be avoiding or eating a lot less of. And then when the 30 days ends, then everybody starts eating all the crap they had cut out the last 30 days prior. And it's like they not only like start eating it again, but it's like they overindulge in it. And that's where all the weight comes back and then some. So it's like it's more about a change of lifestyle, changing your diet and putting in an exercise regimen with it. Exactly, Shelby. It's a lifestyle change, that's right. That's true too, Sandy. Okay, Bob. Sweet dreams, baby. Enjoy your nap. See you later. And I agree with you, Jason. You're right about that, baby. Because so many times, most people are what is known as emotional eaters. And I remember I mentioned that the other day. I think I said something about that in my collective reading. But yeah, most people are emotional eaters. So instead of dealing with um, a problem that stresses you out or even something that's painful, like a childhood wound, um, every single time it comes to mind, people eat. And it's like it makes them feel better instead of making them sad, angry, or whatever other negative emotions they would have. And or people will eat just out of boredom. People eat out of boredom. Some will also eat when they're really stressed. They'll eat a lot more when their emotions are high, like they can cry and they're very emotional. You leaving, Moonchild? Okay, honey. Well, thank you for being here. Sweet dreams, girlfriend. Have a good night. Yeah, it is. Yeah, just for them to get into the habit of doing exercises when they go to basic training. It makes perfect sense, baby. You know, eating, I think, like, for me, of course, everybody, I'm not saying, do what I do because I eat terrible anyways, but it's like I tell y'all, I don't eat unless I'm hungry. So I'm not on a regular schedule. Like, I don't eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And I don't eat by a certain time. Or it's not like I'm looking for the time, like, oh, is it lunchtime yet? I don't do that. Um, if I do eat a meal, it's normally dinner. And it used to be between 8, 10 o'clock at night, but now it's more like 10 o'clock and after. Like, after I start the stream is when y'all see me eat. And that's the only time if I ever get hungry a little bit, it'll be that. But otherwise, I just munch. Like, I nibble on stuff throughout the day. Not always, but I normally will nibble at some point. I just eat when my body says it's hungry. Yeah, you gotta get in the habit of moving around more. I agree, Jason. That's true too, baby. I think I've heard Weight Watchers is good too, Shelby, but I hear their food is expensive. So if you're gonna try their diet, just be prepared, beautiful, that to buy their food, it's not cheap. Um, High donuts. Uh-oh, Shelby, that's not good. Well, did the doctor check your blood sugar? Because that sounds like normally an issue with your blood sugar, which would mean that you're pre-diabetic at the minimum. Oh, that's good, Shelby. You keep doing that, honey. And don't just walk, beautiful, like speed up a little bit. The best type of walk is what they call, what do they call that? Cindy, you probably know what I'm talking about, baby. You tested negative? Okay, well, that's good. That's weird, though, that you get dizzy and a headache. Because usually those two things are normally a sign of prediabetes, at least. Yeah, high protein does help. Because protein actually keeps you fuller for longer. I mean, the only other thing that would register for me would be something to do with your blood pressure. Like it's dropping too low. Um, I would even look at them having y'all's kidney function checked. Could be not having enough water to keep you hydrated too. Um, because another thing I've seen happen, and I saw this with him. Um, if you take certain medications, um, and your kidneys aren't functioning at 100%, it's like your body holds on to that medicine that's in your body, and then because of your kidneys not flushing out your body well, and then it's like it'll build up, and then suddenly it'll release all that medicine that's been in your body. So instead of you taking like your regular dose, we'll just say like um blood pressure medicine, you know, your daily dose, and we'll just say it's 50 milligrams you take a day. I don't know anything about blood pressure, I don't take it, but just an example. Hypothetically, um, we'll just say for like 4 days, there's been 4 days of buildup to where your body didn't get all of the medicine into your bloodstream. So instead of getting just 50 milligrams, now you're being hit with 200 milligrams all at once. And that could be an issue. So I would suggest like having y'all's kidney function checked. There's a couple things that I was told to pay attention to with him because when he was in the hospital, that's what would happen a few times. Where his body wasn't flushing out his medicine and some of his pain medicine, especially. It was making him dizzy, but it was also making him. I remember he would start slurring his words again. And I remember, you know, there was that concern, did he have a stroke? No, but he didn't have a stroke, but it was his kidney functions what was doing it. Well, Eternal, I'd have it check again because there's certain areas you gotta focus on. I'll have to ask him or do research. Probably have to research it myself because trying to ask him is like trying to talk to a brick wall. So it could be y'all's kidney function. Might even be y'all's liver function too. Because the liver plays a role in the metabolism. But that would be the thing I'd figure. Either blood pressure or it's either the kidney function not filtering out the medicine properly. Which is what tends to happen when you become diabetic, even if it's pre-diabetic. Yeah, Shelby, I would have them check your kidney function, honey. Because your kidney may not be functioning well to where you're able to get rid of the excess, because that's what the kidney's for, is to get rid of the excess that your body doesn't need. So that's everything. Like when we talk about food, when we talk about nutrients, when you think of like, you know, calcium for an example. If you're taking like a multivitamin and then throughout your day you're getting more intake into your body, you know, eating more foods that are rich in calcium, your body needs to filter out the excess. That's what your kidneys are for. I'm not, no, beautiful, I'm not trying to scare you. But if you're having dizzy spells, that'd be something I'd focus on. The other thing I'd focus on is just monitoring your blood pressure because your blood pressure could be dropping and going up and down, and that could be dangerous too. So, I would call your doctor and ask them if you should keep an eye on your blood pressure. I mean, I would think they were already telling you to get a blood pressure cuff if you don't already have one to monitor your blood pressure. Check it a few times a day. Like, check it before you get up and move around, and then check it after you've been out moving about to see what it is, and then write it down. Hi, oh lordy, how you doing, honey? don't know what to tell you, David. I would get in my car and leave, tell him bye-bye. I got to go. I got somewhere to be. Yeah, Shelby, just keep track of it, beautiful. Check it, before you get up and move around. And then after you've been up moving around, like say when you go for your walk, you say you've been trying to walk more. Right before right when you sit down and you stop, check it and see what it is. So, but it could be doing that up and down. Because know that I've had it happen to me, beautiful. Um, Usually, my blood pressure is pretty damn good. When I go to the doctor, I'm normally around like 110, 115 over like 78, 84, somewhere around there. But I've seen my blood pressure be as low as like 89, 90 over like 60 something, which is really low. And I'm not sure why it is. I mean, they told me I need to go have my heart checked. Well, I did have my heart checked and it came back fine. But I should probably let them do another stress test just to make sure, knowing the fact that I do have high cholesterol. So, yeah, talk to your aunt, sweetheart. That's interesting, Eternal. I mean, Eternal. The only problem is that's a problem I have with medicine, with traditional medicine in general, because you go to the doctor and have all these tests run, and then you come back and there's nothing. Everything looks normal, but yet you still don't feel right. You don't have an answer. I can't tell you how many times that's happened to me, baby. It's where I'm the rare of the rare. And it's like there needs to be a more specific test to have certain things done to find out more specific things. It's like some of the general tests they do is just general. It's not more specific. Like there should be certain things to be tested for. David, I don't know what you think I can help you with, honey. How with you, woman? How you doing, honey? I mean, yeah, Shelby, if you're moving around, I mean, every single time, you do something and increase your heart rate. So, yeah, that'll change your blood pressure naturally. But what you gotta figure out is when you're having those dizzy spells and you're getting the headaches, that's when you need to check your blood pressure and find out. Because it might be too low or it might be too high. And that's what you gotta learn. Um, like the few times that you thought about when you go back and think about the times that you've experienced those dizzy spells and a headache. Were you up doing something physical or were you just sitting around and you stood up like just suddenly and you got dizzy? Because I've had that happen where I just suddenly, I'm sitting here and I stand up and it's like, whoa, and I almost feel like the room is spinning. I've had that happen. Do I want a job? Babysitting? No, thank you, David. I have a job. My channel is my job. This is my business, actually. I get paid to do paid readings for people. And I'm fixing to start the memberships. So if you're not getting any help from your family, I don't know what to tell you. This is true, Karen. I mean, there are certain foods that could probably hit you faster than others, Shelby. Because it also makes me think, though, even though they say your blood sugar is normal, which I'm praying to God that's correct, but 9 times out of 10, I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of it because of the fact that I know how many people who are, a little heavier, they tend to suffer with at least pre-diabetes. But the doctor may not catch it because if unless they're checking your A1C, which that's what I'd be curious about, Shelby. Did the doctor check your A1C or did they just do a glucose check? That's why you're single, David? I don't know what that means, baby. Oh, Hamilton's comeback. Everybody has their own perception of what readings are because not every reader is the same. It's not guessing. Not for me. I'm very accurate. You can ask my people in here that it's scary. They'll tell you how accurate I am. Of course, Shelby. I don't mind talking to you about your health, honey. I want everybody to be happy and healthy. Y'all's health is extremely important. You gotta take care of yourself. It's not just y'all's, physical well-being. It's your mental and emotional and spiritual well-being, too. Um, but I'd be curious, Shelby, about when. When do you feel dizzy? When do you get the headache? Because those two together makes me think diabetes. But then I would think there's something going on with the kidneys if your glucose and A1C is correct. If it's, normal. It'd be your A1C, though. That'd be the true giveaway. Because, do they have like an online, portal, Shelby, where you can go online into like the doctor's office having like a website, a portal where you can go in there and look over all your test results yourself? I would find out. But at the minimum, I would call the nurse back. I would call your doctor's office, talk to the nurse, ask the nurse, did they check your A1C? If they say no, then beautiful. I would go back to them and I would have them check your A1C. Your A1C gives you an average of what your blood sugar is over like the past, what is it, 30 days, Karen? Or 90 days? I can't remember what it is. There is that too, Karen. When you check it before you eat. 30 days. So Shelby, you would want to know your A1C number. It gives you a rough average of what your blood sugar has been running on a regular basis over the last 30 days. And that will tell you. So it makes me think that maybe they didn't check your A1C. Yeah, I mean, you could be pre-diabetic, honey, and not be full diabetic. But when you're pre-diabetic, you still got to take extra caution with what you eat. And it's like being diabetic. Um, you got to eat on a schedule. You got to be mindful of how much of something you're eating. You may not have to necessarily check your blood sugar, though. I know they encourage you to, um, just to see where it's at. And you would still want to check it like before you eat and then after you eat. Um, I would also take a look at Shelby. Like I said, Karen, do you know what the kidney function is? There's a couple of numbers you have to look at that would tell you how well your kidneys are functioning. And I can't remember the names. Hold on, y'all. I gotta go get a drink. I'll be right back. Poor Toby. Mommy's poor baby, I know. My poor cat. Ouch. Oh, and of course he wants to talk to me about shelves. It's like I'm working. Like, this isn't the time. It's like, wait till I'm done working or before, not during. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, Shelby. Well, beautiful, your health portal will have your actual test results. The visit summary, I don't think it's going to have all that beautiful. I know what you're talking about. If it's anything like my doctor, it's not going to have the whole list of like your glucose, your cholesterol. If the health summary had anything on it, it would probably be like your blood pressure and your weight. But usually the visit summary just lists like the codes, like why you were there, not the specifics of your test results. But the portal online would have all that info, or it should. Okay, yeah, check the A1C. That's what you want to look at, beautiful. That's correct. And it should tell you where it's at. Of course, my desk is covered. I know y'all love all my decks I read with, but I'm running out of space. Okay. Hi, Andrea. Yes, beautiful. I just saw that. Thank you. Thank you so much for your donation. How you doing, honey? And what kind of reading do you want, sweetheart? Do you have a specific question or concern? An area you want me to focus on? Ouch. I'm trying to knock myself out over here. Put this deck up, it's in my way. I'm gravy. Thank you for asking. Oh, we're talking about love. Well, girlfriend, you came to the right place because I got more love oracle decks than I know what to do with. I always always love a good love story. Okay, let's see. Let me get my love oracle and my other love deck. Let's see. So is this just a talking phase? What are his intentions? Let's see. Okay, Shelby. Well, you just let me know, beautiful. Alright, Spirit. For Andrea. Alright. Okay, beautiful. I got you. I understand. Alright, Spirit. Alright. Miss Andrea. Can Andrea expect this? Show me. Comes to Andrea. That's what's his intentions. Where's this relationship going? Spirit, show me. Okay. This again. Present Spirit. Where's the intentions? My Spirit. Show me. me the outcome. I mean, I'm gonna get some cards to clarify this. I mean, it looks good, Andrew. I think he's serious about you, honey. I think he's being truthful with you. Wow, some of these cards are a little seductive. I didn't realize that. Let's see. Show me, Spirit. Show me past. Alright, beautiful. Don't allow this to turn into a friends with benefits if it hasn't already. Future. You know, you make your choice, Miss Andrea, but beautiful. Don't allow God to put you in that situation. Especially when you're wanting long term, because you always get attached and then it's like they don't ever want to commit. But the long term, I do see it being serious, it being a good relationship, a mature one, where I feel like there would be a great deal of a solid union, because it's showing me like this is all about, this is the center of it, this is you and him together. So y'all are wanting this love, this relationship, you're wanting it to work out, and it's showing me that there is success in this. I mean, it's showing me right now, Andrea, that y'all are in the talking stage, that y'all are communicating back and forth. Be clear about your emotions, how you feel, be clear about your intentions, just as he's being clear with you. So, like you said, is he being serious? Is he being truthful? Does he want serious? I do believe so, but Spirit's going to leave it up to you to decide. But I'm saying it can be serious, but with the exception, don't allow it to become friends with benefits. So beautiful, you know, that it's always tricky. Gosh, it's always tricky because I know everybody's different, but what I would tell you is if it hasn't gotten physical, no, I don't feel like it will end up in a friends with benefits as long as you don't rush and allow it to go there. Like, take your time, beautiful. You know, make sure he values you. Make sure he respects you. Make sure he has true, genuine, deep love for you. Don't just because y'all have chemistry and there's that physical attraction for each other. Don't allow it to get rushed there. Really take it slow so y'all can build up to it. So y'all can fill each other out so you can see where both, you know, you both stand. Are y'all on the same page? You know, do y'all align? You know, It's like I always tell my viewers and subscribers come to me. Whenever you date someone, if you're single, make sure you're clear about your intentions and make sure the other person's clear about theirs. So it's like I tell them, don't go looking around for someone who is looking for friends with benefits when you're looking for something serious, because if you think you're going to change them, you're not. So stick to the people who want the same thing you want. If you're looking for friends with benefits and they are too, okay, then fine. But if you're wanting more or they're wanting more, then it's not going to work. And, and I see so many times where people fall into that trap thinking, oh, well, I'll change their mind. Oh, I'll be the exception, blah, blah, blah. Don't do that to yourself. Really, find someone that genuinely wants the same thing as you. So, just take it slow when it comes to that. And don't allow it to become a codependency type of relationship either, beautiful, because I see that can be an issue. Spirit showing me this can become codependency. So, it's good to have someone that you can lean on. But the only problem is sometimes we lean on someone a little too much, or you find there's a lot of people who become very clingy, very needy, and the other person isn't so much that way. They like their space more, and that causes friction. And don't expect to don't start this relationship, Andrea, with the idea of this person is going to fulfill you. You want to walk into this relationship, you're already fulfilled without this person being in your life. Because let's say that y'all do develop, a strong relationship. But let's just say it starts off good, but then it ends 6 months down the road. And then you're left shattered. You're heartbroken. And you feel like, you can't go on. You get very sad and depressed because all your happiness, you put all your happiness and all your well-being into the other person instead of finding it in yourself first and then bringing someone into your life. So you want to be fulfilled and happy before you want to bring someone else in, starting a relationship, if that makes any sense. Hi, DM. Oh, I'm going it. Hold on. But Spirit's showing me, as long as you keep it out of this, and this is why I say friends with benefits, because this card came out. As long as you don't allow it to go there, Spirit's showing me that it'll become a very solid, mature relationship where you will be able to depend on each other and it'll be an equal give and take. And you'll support each other, be supportive. There will be that strong foundation of being reliable, love, companionship, all the things that makes that relationship healthy for the long term. And it's built on that instead of just being built on chemistry and, that physical attraction or the idea of being in love. Let's see. Bye-bye. Alright. Spirit, show me what this relationship is. Show me. Clarify, Spirit. Andrea, do you have kids? Or does he have kids? Because if not, I can see that possibly coming into this. So, again, beautiful. Be careful. If you're not ready for kids, don't put that risk out there, that chance. Wait until y'all are solid. Make sure you have good boundaries. Otherwise, I could see that causing some problems too. I'm not saying it would make it to where the relationship would fail, but I don't feel like it would be on a solid ground either. Because I get the feeling, I don't know exactly what he's told you, but I'm picking up that though he may want to pursue something serious, again, I feel like he wants to take it slow. I don't feel like this is something he wants to rush into, which that's, you know, mature. But I don't feel like he's necessarily going to be ready, even if y'all were to say in a few months you label it exclusive and, you know, y'all start becoming very serious with each other. I don't feel like it's going to be on that foundation of like he or even you would be ready for a family or making a family. I feel like it's still going to be in that early stage of testing each other. Do y'all fit? Do y'all align? Do y'all get along? You know, you want to see each other on y'all's worst day just as much as on y'all's best day to see how, you know, strong, you know, can you handle each other's, how we put it, grumpiness. um, Otherwise, I feel like, you know, there's this need to have that freedom still. That freedom to be able to come and go, choose right now without feeling like you're tied down with, you know, kids and a family. But I do see y'all both wanting to explore this by testing the waters first. So make sure you do exactly that and don't, how do I put this? Don't allow him to even try and talk you into being reckless, we'll say. But yeah, there's a matter of wanting to test this waters. But like I said, there's also this energy of when this card comes up to me, you know, it says single, but spirits tell me this is just the overall like lifestyle. Not that, you know, he wants to be single and not attached. It's more of that come in and go, you know, that the having that flexibility to still live, you know, without any obligations when it comes to like children. It doesn't mean he doesn't want to have a serious relationship. That's what spirits tell me. That's not what that means. It's a matter of wanting to test each other out, but still getting to know each other and seeing if this can really work. Spirit showing me this is like both of y'all still wanting to stay focused on y'all's career, growing as individuals, just as much as wanting to come together and become an exclusive relationship as like one unit, as a union. Spirit, show me. And then I'm going to get some of his thoughts too, real quick. And I'll pull up the rest of the tarot. Yeah. I can see there can be some confusion here, though. I get the energy, Andrea, of him being one that's all in his ego. I feel like it might turn into a battle at times, beautiful, where if y'all are having problems, or let's just say y'all start laying out the groundwork, you know, the foundation of y'all's relationship, what y'all can expect from each other. And let's just say, for an example, that you would like to go out and, you know, see each other at least twice a week, you know, if y'all are living separately, right? And let's just say, just hypothetically, I'm not saying this is the way it is, I'm just saying hypothetically. Let's just say that, well, okay, he may have 2 free days or free nights a week to, you know, go, you know, see you, see his friends, his family, all this and that. But he's not willing to give up those 2 days just to spend time with you. Like, he would still want one of those days to go, like, hang out with his buddies, we'll say. Will he compromise? Not at first. So, and that's going to leave some issues. It's going to leave some certainty where it's going to cause you to feel sad at times because he's not willing to compromise to make this union work. And I feel like he might even be married more or less to his job too. So that's a factor you got to think about. Does he work? Is he a workaholic? Does he work extra hours? Is he trying to like get promoted, climb up the ladder? Like, I feel like some of this is going to be partly around his work, where he may not be as flexible or not be willing to be as flexible at first. So there might be some issues there, beautiful. And for some people that can be hard, because when you have a workaholic, they're really like married to their job more than they are wanting to be with someone else. So that leaves less time for you. So I want you to consider that too. So it might be good if you keep your social circle with your friends and family strong and solid. Like, make time for them. Like, do not wrap your whole life around him or this relationship. That creates the codependency. This is where you really want to make sure you have time out away from him, to give him space to do whatever he's doing, whether he's working or he wants to go see his friends or he wants to go visit with his family, besides spending time with you. And so that way you give space to each other so y'all can grow, because absence does make the heart grow fonder. So even as much as you're together, yeah, that creates that growth and that connection, but so having some space and a break from each other too. Because sometimes you don't, you know, as the saying goes, you don't realize what you have until it's gone. And that's true. You don't have to break up to realize that. I'm just talking about just having some space, a day or two going without seeing each other, talking to each other. And then you start to realize, wow, you know, this person, you know, I smile more when I talk to them. Or, you know, if you're like, you know, seeing each other all the time, like, wow, I didn't realize how much, you know, he goes through and does for me around my house. Like, you know, take out my trash or help me with the laundry or, you know, something like that. It's, you know, that need of seeing how much that person is a part of you and what are you missing out when they're not there. It's not saying, okay, well, necessarily depending on him, but you get to see where he fits in your life when he's not present, and just as much as he gets to find out the same, to where you get that time with yourselves, you get to think about what it is you want. It gives you time to kind of like clear your head and not have all this distractions, and to where you get that moment to truly be honest with yourself. So, let me see, Andrea. I want to see something else, girlfriend, before I pull out the rest of this tarot. Show me, Spirit. What is the feelings? Show me, Spirit, for Andrea. I feel like he feels like you still have a little bit of your guard up with him. But I also feel like you, in essence, like he's kind of has the same, like, because he's not sure. Like, y'all are still feeling each other out. It seems like, though, you seem to come to his mind often, especially when he's listening to music, because you speak to him through music. What else, Spirit? I hadn't gotten there, beautiful. I'm still going to pull some tarot. Well, he's always thinking about y'all's conversations. I replay our conversations over and over. What else? But I will actually directly ask the tarot. Actually, I have an oracle deck I can ask. Just get a clear yes or no. I need a couple more, Spirit. He feels happy with you. So you do make him happy. And he's waiting. I feel like he waits for you to connect with him, to call him, to talk to him. So I really do feel like he's really invested in you. That's what I'm picking up. Now is he keeping his options open? That's the next question. Spirit. Spirit just told me no, but let me see. Clarify, Spirit. this way. Confirm spirit. I feel like there might be, you know, a possibility if someone else were to come into, catch his eye, we'll say. I'm not going to sit here and say it's not going to be tempting, beautiful. But I don't feel like he will open up to it. I get a heavy energy here with him. I get like he's been deeply hurt in his past. I get like his last relationship or two, it was very toxic. And I feel like he might be battling with some depression, or he did battle with depression. I don't know if he's opened up to you that way, Andrea, and told you that. So I feel like that's kind of like got him panicking with you a little bit. Like I feel like there's this energy of, yeah, he wants to open up to you, but he's panicking too. It scares him. He's getting scared at the thought because he doesn't want to go through it again, which it's understandable. I mean, nobody else wants to replay, you know, an old love relationship where you've already learned a lesson or two, you know. And that can create more issues. Like I feel like there is potential that, yeah, he might, but I feel like he's more invested in you than he would be considering other options. Like I feel like his thoughts are all about you. I do feel like he thinks about you a lot. And he sees the potential here. He sees something serious, genuine. But like I said, I feel like this is one that you're going to have to take slow, especially if he's still healing from the past relationship where it was toxic. You know, you don't want to go into this, and I would say this to both you and him. If I could talk to him, I would tell him the same thing. But I always try and tell people, Andrea, when you go through and you think of your last relationships and you think of how it ended, you know, what caused it to end, who hurt who, like, you know, what did they do to you to cause you to walk away from them if you broke up with them? So we'll just use this hypothetically, not saying this is the way it is, just hypothetically. Let's just say that your last boyfriend cheated on you. So you now naturally have trust issues. And it's hard to trust someone new because you're afraid they're going to come in and, you know, play you and make it seem like they're all about you. But then they got someone on the side, you know, which is obviously a concern of yours. Is he being open to other possibilities? And what I would say to you, beautiful, is don't go through and bring your old wounds into your new relationships because it can poison it. And then it doesn't even get a chance to get off the ground because you're already treating him the same way your ex treated you, and that's not right. That's not fair. He's not them. You got to treat him like he's a brand new person because he is, and give him an honest, genuine chance without, you know, the questions. You know, example, like if you did get cheated on, you know, who are you with? You know, wanting to check his phone. Are you getting upset or jealous when he's with other friends, especially if they're women? That kind of thing. Just an example. So that's something to seriously consider here that I would just emphasize on. Because you don't want it to become codependent either in the context of y'all are healing each other's wounds by being together. That's what some would refer to as a trauma bond. And that can be very toxic over time. So that would mean that you're both relying on each other to fill in those wounds and soften those hurts without both of y'all going through and dealing with them yourself before you start this relationship with each other. And that can cause problems, especially if someone steps out of line, that's unexpected, or, it's like, well, you knew that, my ex cheated on me, so why would you go through and hang out with so and so when I have trust issues, that kind of thing, if that makes sense. What else, Spirit? Confirm to me, Spirit. Show me. Hi, my beautiful ninja. I was thinking about you earlier, girlfriend. Show me, Spirit. Yeah, I feel like he is serious about you. Spirit's confirming it to me. I got 3 yeses. So I'm making sure I confirm this, beautiful. Spirit saying yes. He's serious about you. I don't feel like he's wanted to go into this playing games. I feel like right now, as the way the energy sits, his intentions are real. They're genuine. His intentions are good. Alright. Let me move this out of the way so I can now get to the tarot. Let's see what all that was real quick. Alright. Actually, just use this. Oh, you're welcome, Andrea. Hey, beautiful. I understand, girlfriend. I understand that worry and that concern. And I can't thank you enough for trusting me to read for you, sweetheart. So I'm happy you picked me to help you with this. I miss you too, my beautiful ninja. I really do, girlfriend. I've thought about you a lot lately. I meant to call you the other day, and I'm sorry I didn't. So we do gotta catch up again, though. Alright, Spirit. Clarify these cards for me, please. Ooh, I just got chills. Spirit, clarify. What's this here? Okay. Clarify. Yeah, Spirit showing me. He's definitely serious. Spirit, clarify. Oh, I don't know why that's there. Where'd the other card go? Got buried somewhere. Holy Spirit. Empress. Possible future outcome. Clarify. Swords. Yeah, beautiful. Andrea, I'm getting success, girlfriend. I'm genuinely getting success in this. Like, I get, you know, like, here's the opportunity of y'all. Like, this is like the start of y'all talking, you know, like just meeting. So here's this opportunity of y'all. And then here it is right now. Y'all are talking, exchanging conversation back and forth, getting to know each other. And here's the lovers coming in and showing me that this is a relationship worth pursuing, worth investing in, worth giving your time to. And right here in the center, this love, this success, I'm getting the Three of Cups with this. This is all about happiness, celebration, success. So this is showing me that, yes, it keeps confirming over and over that, yes, this will be successful. And here you are with the advice and Spirit showing me, again, you're going to have that clarity. You're going to feel triumphant. There is going to be success in this. And he is one that you can build with long term. That stability, that mature person, someone you can rely on, someone who's dependable, someone who's going to put you and y'all's relationship as a priority. And that you can see like long term building that foundation, possibly, you know, as serious as walking down the aisle. You know, if you give it the effort, if you invest in it and he invests in it, which I feel like right now as the energy sets, y'all both invested. Because Spirit's even showing me that it's going to keep moving forward. You know, I feel like that y'all both, you know, are choosing each other here, wanting to be together. And even the Chariot showing me this is y'all being strong and independent and knowing what y'all want and being able to invest in each other. And y'all are gonna keep going, being determined to see it through. That I see it moving forward. I see it, even though I feel like I would still encourage you to take it slow, Andrea, but I could see it picking up steam too. And I understand, you know, when those feelings are there, I get it. I've had those whirlwind romances, and I'm not going to tell you it doesn't work out, because I've had a couple where it did the long term. Um, just make sure, beautiful, you're listening to both your heart, but also your head. You're being grounded. Don't allow your heart to completely overrule your head. and vice versa. Stay grounded, stay balanced. That way, you know, if something feels off, trust it, beautiful. Don't ignore it. Any red flags, trust them. Okay? Especially if it keeps, picking at you. Like something just keeps telling you something's wrong. Like something doesn't feel right. Trust it. Don't ignore it. Just because it's not, showing itself, or rearing its ugly head telling you what exactly it is doesn't mean that something isn't there. We're women. We have a very strong intuition. And, we're very, our emotions, yes, but that's being that emotional side and that feminine side, that's what opens us up to our intuition. As they talk about a woman's intuition. It's true. We're gifted with that, whether we want to be or not, but we are. Well, good. Yeah, keep trusting it, beautiful. No, you're fine, my beautiful ninja. I know you're working. Let me see. I'm going to go at it from this angle too real quick. I got this new deck and it's pretty fun. I haven't had a chance to use it yet. So let's see. Spirit, show me. Hey, Audra. Spirit, show me. What are Spirit's even telling you to lighten up. Yeah. There you go. Lighten up. There's happy times. Show me, Spirit. What's the advice? Advice, Spirit. No. Spirit. No, give me one at a time, please. Y'all just want to give me 3. Spirit saying it's kiss of love. So, your lover's soul met your soul through a kiss. He is yours forever. Don't worry. His soul will find his way back to you. He still feels for you. Well, that tells me he has strong feelings for you. He may not have said them yet, but I feel like Spirit's just confirming that this is someone you can have fun with. Like Spirit's wanting you to kind of like be more playful. Instead of overthinking this, Andrea, they want you to lighten up a little more, beautiful. They want you just to allow it to flow naturally without overthinking it. And don't so much think about what's going to happen in the, future. Think about the here and now. How does it make you feel? How does he make you feel? Overall, what's the overall energy you feel with him? Is there chemistry? Is there that connection? Do y'all connect? Do y'all have the same thing in common? Do y'all, share the same goals and values? Do y'all see this, turning into something more? Like, fill each other out. Don't Don't be afraid to tell him how you feel, is what I'm getting. And Spirit saying, enjoy it. Happy time, celebrate it. Celebrate this journey with him. And I feel like it's going to be very happy in the end. I feel like Spirit saying it's going to work out as long as you don't overthink it. And trust your intuition. Trust what you're getting. You know, like I said, be clear about your intentions, what you want. Don't be afraid to talk to him. Don't be afraid to tell him how you feel. But also, when you talk to him and level with him, give him the safe space to be able to do the same with you. You know, because sometimes it's hard for guys to put themselves in that vulnerable state, to be vulnerable with us, to open their heart and really share their feelings with us, because they're afraid they're going to come off as weak. And to me, that's not being weak. To me, that's being strong. That's a strong man who can, you know, be himself with me and allow me to see him in all his beautiful colors, even, you know, his heart, you know, because I'm a person that really connects on a soul level, on a heart level, not so much about the physical. I'm more about the spiritual and the heart and the mind, you know, like I'm very much attracted to nerds, will say. Um, but I, you know, I look beyond the physical. So, as long as you do that and you're honest with yourself, Andrea, and you're clear about where you stand, and you know, keep up your boundaries, like I said, don't just give him all of you up front. You know, I'm not saying, and I hate it when it's worded this way. People talk about, oh, well, you're just playing games. No, it's not about playing games. You know, they talk about playing hard to get. No, it's not about playing hard to get. Someone needs to genuinely put in the effort. Not just their words, but their actions line up with their words. That says, okay, they're serious. They're truly invested in me. They're not just blowing smoke up my butt just to try and get me to give them what they want. Like, you know, roll a one night stand, you know, roll in a hay type. You know, they'll never get that. So make sure you don't do that. You don't settle, you know, or cut yourself short in that regard. Because the quicker you go through, to me, and it's just me, um, I feel like the quicker you run to the physical intimacy, the more easier it's gonna fizzle out. You want the mental, emotional, and spiritual intimacy. You know, I'm not saying, you know, don't be affectionate with him. Yes, you know, hold hands, kiss if you're comfortable with that, but don't allow it to go beyond that until it reaches a point where you've built that mental, emotional, and spiritual intimacy and connection. And where he genuinely is showing you day in and day out with consistency. His actions say to you that yes, he is serious, that yes, he wants the long term, and that you also feel the same way. And I feel like it will blossom. Did someone say nerds? Yes, Eric, I said nerds. I love a sexy nerd. I'm attracted to nerds. That's my type. If there's such a thing as a type, I like nerds. You messing with me, baby. I do. I think nerds are sexy. Nerds and geeks. They're sexy. I'm attracted to intelligence. Hi, DM. How are you? All right. Let's see, Andrea. What else, Spirit? Is there anything else you want to say to Andrea? me see what this one deck says real quick. Well, Poop, here you are. Yeah, where you been all my life, Eric? Hiding? Teasing Peppy. One message for Andrea Spirit. And remember what I said, Andrea, be careful. Yeah, Spirit showed me long term. I can't make it up, beautiful, even if I tried. Not that I ever would. I'm just saying. Okay, angel message too. Show me, Spirit. Including message for Andrea, please. All right, Andrea. Beautiful. I asked Spirit for one last clear message about this relationship. You know, will it go the long haul, the long term? The Spirit showed me yes. The future. It even says long term. So I see this coming into a long term. That's the way the energy sits right now. And y'all's feelings, how it's building for you and connecting with him, Andrea. So Spirit's just coming in and confirming and clarifying everything. And beautiful Andrea, I pulled 2 angel cards for you too, sweetheart. As closing messages. The first one for you, Andrea, says, be watchful. Be on alert and aware of your surroundings. There's a red flag that you are ignoring. Allow the truth to be revealed. So, again, beautiful, how I said earlier about red flags. And this doesn't have to just mean him. This can mean anyone in your circle. You know, that maybe you have a friend or a work colleague that kind of gives you that feeling like something's not right with them or something's off. You know, as I said, trust your intuition. So don't ignore any red flags from anywhere. Don't just, you know, apply it to the guy you're talking with, but anyone. And the other one I have for you, Andrea, is building dreams. And it says the foundation you build today is part of a bigger picture. Keep believing and stay positive. Big things are heading your way. So, build your dreams, girlfriend. I feel like you're working on building them more and more. Spirit wants you to stay focused on what it is you want. And if you see yourself married, you know, having your own family, keep believing in it. Stay positive. It will come to be because your thoughts become your reality. You manifest your reality through your thoughts. You know, you just, and what it is people always think, oh, well, I keep saying I'm going to win the lottery, but I haven't won the lottery yet. So what do you mean, Amanda? What I mean is taking action to make it happen. So subconsciously or consciously, is there something you really want? When we talk about manifestation, that is you actually taking forward movement towards making it happen one step at a time, not just sitting around and waiting for it to happen. That's good, beautiful. Well, keep doing that. Your angels are encouraging you to keep building. Keep that positive energy going, sweetheart. I see a lot of good things on the horizon for you, and this being one of them. You're scared of foreshadowing. What do you mean? Ouch. Oh, okay, I got you, honey. You know, Andrea, beautiful, I think that's something we all face. And here's what I would suggest to you, beautiful. You know, I don't know how long you've been watching me, but if you haven't watched me long, you may not know my history, like what I've gone through since like my early teens up to being in my early 40s. Um, but I could tell you that things always didn't always look happy and fulfilling. I had a lot of challenges, struggles, and hardships. And it doesn't mean that I didn't have, you know, happy, fun, good times too, because I have, you know, in every aspect of life. Um, but when I was facing any challenges, hardships, struggles, having doubts and fears and worries, or even if things were going good, like, you know, we can say, you know, to some degree, things seem to be moving in the right direction for me right now. Um, I say this every day, even today. I said it this morning when I woke up. Um, I say a positive affirmation. I go in the bathroom and I look myself in the mirror and I talk to myself and I say it out loud. And what I say is, everything's going to work out perfectly in my favor. And I'll repeat that. I'll say it a few times to remind myself that yes, this is a good day. It's going to be a good day. Everything I want, everything I need to work out in my favor is going to come to be. And so it is. And, you know, doesn't mean, like I said, like being silly, you know, does that mean, you know, a bag of money is going to fall out of the sky right then and there? No, I'm not saying that. But what it does is it changes your mindset and it switches it. If you had any, you know, fears, worries, concerns, doubts, it changes it from that negative to that positive mindset to where it's like, no, I can do this. I'm going to conquer this day. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to make the best of it and I'm going to give my all to take all the actions I need to improve my life and to ensure my happiness and my success will come to be. And it does. Like when I leave my house, you know, if I was feeling down that morning, we'll just say, it changes my mindset where I just saw a spirit orb. It changes my mindset to where I don't feel down, to where instead of like wanting to look down or look away, I hold my head up high. I stand tall and I look people straight in the eye. I don't ignore them. I acknowledge people and I just know. And I even have a smile on my face and I just know it's going to be a good day. And even if it's not, well, there was a lesson I need to learn, but it's still going to turn out positive. And I may not see it right away, immediately, but I know it's going to turn out positive. Because sometimes I understand certain things have to play out too, in order for me to see where the positive reaction and manifestation it comes to be, but it will. So if you remind yourself of that every day, it'll come to be, honey. And that should help, you know, from you foreshadowing, honey. So I would just tell you, Andrea, remind yourself of that, beautiful. And that's good that you stay positive. Just think of a positive affirmation you can say to yourself every day and really believe in it. You know, I just gave you an example. You can use mine, or if there's another one that speaks to you, that's fine too. Whatever works for you, beautiful, to keep you in that positive mindset. Keep you going. Be resilient. Feel your happiness, the success, the joy, and even you achieving your goals day by day, one step at a time. And you know, it doesn't matter how long it takes you to achieve whatever goals you have, as long as you're taking forward steps. Even if you're just moving an inch or two, that's okay. It's still forward movement instead of staying stagnant or going backwards. So just think of it in that regard, honey. Good. I'm happy to hear that, honey. Well, my beautiful lady, that's what I got for you, honey. Miss Andrea, I hope that helped answer your questions. I really hope that this reading's resonated for you. And sweetheart, I hope it has given you the clarity you need to go forward and given you that confidence to go the direction you want to go in and to see it through and to reach your happiness when it comes to love. I want love for you. And I wish you nothing but love, happiness, success, and prosperity and good health. So I want to say thank you so much for donating to me. And thank you so much for trusting me to read for you. It's been an honor, beautiful. Oh, you're so welcome, honey. And if you need me in the future, you can always come back. I can do another reading for you. Because like I said, I got so many different oracle cards that covers relationships from pretty much every aspect. I even got one that has specifically to help when you're having problems. And even a breakup oracle deck, which is something else. And love blockages. You're welcome, honey. Anytime. You feel deja vu, DM? Hello, Annette. And you're so welcome, Andrea. Anytime, beautiful. Hello, Alchemist. How was my weekend? My weekend was good. I mean, I was here Friday. The only night I took off was Saturday. And I I got some rest. I took it easy for one day. Last night was quiet. Nothing was going on. I could have taken last night off, but that's okay. I hung out with everyone for a few hours. So thank you for asking. How was yours? You do just a slight one. Well, DM, even if it's just slight, if it's giving you confirmation, baby, trust it. Just because you didn't pay for the reading, honey, doesn't mean that the messages can't apply to you too, honey. I always try to remind everybody of that. Alright, put these cards up. I need more shelves. I need another bookshelf is what I need. I probably actually need 2 of them to put the rest of my oracle decks in because I'm running out of room now. Okay. Oh, that's all right. DM, I understand, baby. Well, how was Arizona, Eric? Did you have fun, baby? I hope so. What's an oracle message? I pull a message from one of my oracle decks that spirit calls me to. It's whatever message that spirit feels you need to hear right now. So sometimes it's 1 card, sometimes it's 2. It just depends. Spirit decides that. So I don't use any tarot. I just use the oracle cards for that. Hello, Dub Style. Oh, Annette, that's beautiful, honey. Thank you for saying that, honey. Yes, I very much can. Look at what it's done to my life. A year and a half ago, I wasn't sitting here. I wasn't on here at all. A year and a half ago, I didn't have a channel. You golf, swam, and ate a lot of good food. Well, Eric, that sounds like a blast, baby. Yeah, because y'all were going to Arizona to celebrate your girlfriend's birthday, right? That sounds like a lot of fun, baby. I'm glad to hear you had fun, besides it being ungodly hot. And that's right, Annette, baby steps, honey. Wow. No, that sounds like fun. Sounds like y'all had a blast. I'm so happy to hear it. All right. Oh my gosh, Aja. It's ungodly hot with the humidity. And guess what? I'll probably be in that freaking heat in a few hours because I gotta go 2 hours to a meeting later today. And the car ain't, I can't turn on the AC because it's running hot. And so DM, yeah, he hasn't still, I don't think, looked at the AC thing that you had told me about. So, and he had to jump the car again today. And the tire was flat again. So, I don't know what's going to happen. Alchemist, my prices are not negotiable. This is a business. And let me make this clear. Oh, wait. Actually, my subscribers here can make it clear for me because they've all received readings from me. They can tell you I'm worth a hell of a lot more than that. So, no. I love it how people think they can come on here and negotiate my prices with me. Nope. I mean, it's like you can't go into a restaurant and negotiate their prices. Why do you think I should be able to negotiate my prices here? Not even a chance. Oh, really? How about you be quiet? Oh, wait. See you, bye. Pickle stabber. For real. And thank you, Audra. Thank you, Eric. I have no idea, Eric. I just told him what needed to be said. Oh, really? Okay. There you go. I just reported him, too. You know, Relic, I'm talking to who? Okay. And my mods and I, we don't care who you think you are. Oh, yeah, see? Even my mod just deleted you. Reckon it's time to kick him out, too. See you, bye. Thank you, Audra. Alchemist, who's this and who? Nobody was talking to you. We were talking to the Relic. You got your arrows flying? I like that, Audra. Keep them arrows flying, girlfriend. I mean, after all, I do got my troll card over here. And yeah, I got my pickle stabbers, too. Let me not forget. Hey, Audra. You know, you can always test out your bow and arrow on him. I love it, Audra. Yeah, they're not here. Bob had to go take a nap. Yeah, Annette, I don't watch the news, sweetheart, so I really don't know what's going on out there unless someone mentions it on here, or I just happen to come across something while I'm online looking at something. Outside of that, I don't pay attention to the news. No, DM, you're so sweet, baby. That's sweet of you to offer and say that. And I know you would. I know you'd let me use one of your cards. Maybe one day soon, baby. I don't even know what it costs to fly out there right now. I haven't even looked. I can take the Mercedes. Well, that's very nice. You're so sweet to me, DM. I would be forever grateful with whatever car you gave me, baby, to use, to borrow. Oh, I know. Yeah, I think DM's the real deal. I don't think DM just talks. He genuinely means what he says. And DM, you're pretty amazing, baby. Mm. Oh. Oh, yeah, Annette. Well, I've been living in my house for a year, and I haven't watched any TV in this house. Period. I haven't watched any. Because I've been focused on working. Oh, wow, Mike. Oh, thank you so much for your super chat, honey. Thank you. Appreciate you. And you have a good night too, honey. a munch real quick. Forgive me, y'all. My necklace matches my dress perfectly. Oh, well, thank you, honey. I think a couple of my other dresses matches it pretty good, too. Hmm. Thank you for hiding him, honey. I just reported him, too. You know, Audra, I don't know. I've seen it before. And I just report them. Me and everyone else reports them. And when we report them to YouTube, don't just hide them, but report them. They'll lose their account. Well, that's why normally Majestic's here to kind of sip out. Majestic and Diane and Eternal can kind of sip out who's who. Oh, thank you, Annette. You too, honey. Good night, sweetheart. Sweet dreams. See you next time. Aja, that's why you always look for the emoji. You know, mine is my logo. That's my profile picture. That's how you'd be able to tell whether it's me or not. Oh, yeah. Audra, that's an extreme high level. Envy and jealousy. Wanting to be me, wish they were me, but can't be me because there's only one me. Someone else went so far as to take a... Where did they get the picture from? I don't know. Someone took a picture and tried to open up an account with my channel name. And even put my picture up there. And try and change the hairstyle to give me, like, braids. It's like, you gotta be kidding me. So, it was either... One of the mods found it. And we reported them. And then there's someone on Facebook who did the same thing. It's like, really? Thank you, Alchemist. Thank you, Audra, for telling him. Alchemist, it's double if you do the super chat or super sticker because YouTube takes half the money. So knowing you donated $5, they'll take $2.50 from me, and that's before I pay taxes on it. So that's why I always tell everybody if they donate through the PayPal, the Venmo, or the Zelle, I'll get most of that money, if not all of it. That's why there's a pinned comment in the chat that says, if you see the pinned comment I put in there, it'll either be at the very top of the chat or be at the very bottom. And it says that about how it's double. You hope they take all of it? Okay, Alchemist. It's on the bottom for you. Oh, Alchemist. Well, you know what? You can have a nice life. See you. Bye. Don't get mad at us because you didn't read the chat or the pinned comment. I mean, it specifically says on this board, too, through these payment options only. So, that's your fault for not reading the board. Scammers, yeah. Whatever, dude. Do y'all remember me even saying, I put this board up and I promise you, I would have so many people come in and do that. They would not read this board. Even though this board's right here, clear as day, it'd be rare that anybody would read it. And there it is right there. Yes, they do, Audra. Right, Eric? I mean, can y'all not see this board? Like, I'm not blocking it where it says payment only. It specifically says that, payment only. And what that payment is. So, oh yeah, most of them don't realize that that was written backwards. But yes, I had to take the time to write it backwards. Because of the way the camera works from my phone for whatever reason. So, who's Amelia? I'm not bugging. My name's Amanda. You didn't even say my name right, Alchemist. So yeah, Eric, you're right. Reading is fundamental, but it seems like people forget to read. Don't know why that is. That's so funny you say that, Audra, because I thought of you earlier today. I found a new Oracle deck, and one of the cards is a bullseye. And it made me think of you, girlfriend. Ouch. You think so, Eric? It's possible. Well, he shouldn't be in here if he's that young. You know, I almost didn't come on tonight. I almost, keyword almost, didn't come on tonight. And that's only because my back's been killing me. I was so tempted, y'all, to set up my stream in my bedroom and read cards in my bed. But I'm sitting there, I'm like, no, Amanda, you can't do that. That's not professional. So I didn't. I forced myself to sit here. Living in mommy's basement. You know it. You know it, Eric. I know. Yes, DM, my back's still killing me, baby. It's still hurting me. I actually need to get a deep tissue massage done. So, I would have to have that room all set up the right way. And I don't know, because the only reason why I would do it is because my bed folds like a hospital bed. So it's like a bed that reclines up and down, and it can raise my, my feet, like my legs too. That's the only reason why, I would consider it, because they'd put me up in a better position for me to have my back, so I'm not, sitting up like I am now where it hurts the most. But I'm sitting, I'm like, okay, where am I going to put the cards at if my feet are raised and my legs are raised up? That's not going to work either. I would need like a tray table or something to lay over my lap, or it actually needs to like be like one of those like those dinner tray tables they have in the hospital that roll around. I would need one of those and then be able to lay the cards on that. That's the only way it would halfway work. But like I said, I don't know if I would even still be comfortable with that, but I'm afraid there's going to come a day I may have to do that where my back's really hurting me that bad and I can't come in here and sit in this chair. I don't know, baby. I need something for the actual lumbar. Yeah, sitting here for so many hours makes it hurt. Hi, Edward. Um, it's an office chair. It's supposed to be one of the expensive ones. Like, it came from the old company that he worked for. This is what they used. And this is what they would sit in. So, it has a cushion, but... And it has a backing, but, you know... I don't know what kind it is. But I'll just write sitting in here for hours, several hours each night doesn't help. Yeah, Audra, I thought about that and I was gonna do that actually. Um, I was kind of like trying to decide if I was gonna do it from like 10 to 2 and then cut it off for like a couple hours if I wanted to do an extra long stream. Cut it off for like 2 or 3 hours and then start it back up around 6, 7 o'clock. But yeah, I've seriously thought about that, honey. So I just gotta be disciplined with myself doing it that way. Like pay attention to a clock or set an alarm and make sure when that alarm goes off that, unless I'm in the middle of a reading, that I end it there and then, come back a couple hours later. Yeah. Well, I wanted to do some reads in the afternoon. I just haven't had a chance to get to it yet, except for maybe once a week if I wake up early enough. You say 6 to 9 and 1 to 3. You're right, Eric. Leave at 3 before the trolls. Well, I don't... See, Audra, the thing about it is, though, beautiful, when I've been on here in the afternoon around that time, between 6 and 9, there isn't a whole lot going on. For every 10 trolls, I take a break. So I was thinking like doing 10 to 2 or 10 to 3. Or no, that's not right. 10 to 1. And then take a couple hour break and then come back. But that's funny, Eric. Well, have y'all noticed there hasn't been nearly as many trolls in here as there was? But I am going to look at trying to start my streams earlier. Some nights I'm going to try to. But this is when I have just the, when I have it switched over to the memberships. But yeah, I was trying to figure out what the perfect time would be. 3:35. Yeah, I gotta be up in 8 hours. Actually, I gotta leave here in 8 hours at the latest. Yeah, Audra, I gotta look at it a little more closely and figure it out when those peak times are. Good morning, Daniel. Hi, beautiful spirit. One, I think what would probably help me a lot too is if I do the pre-recorded videos, like do the daily collective readings. So that's already done. So by the time I start the stream, you know, I can BS around with y'all for an hour and then start doing paid readings, or if someone comes on there soon or whatever. But yeah, I'm definitely going to start doing that when I get the memberships going. But I also need one of those ring light holders that hangs over so you can look down at my desk so you can see from above to give people that view too. But yeah, I gotta start doing that. I just gotta find that exact time when I could do all the pre-recorded videos. So it'll be there. Um, and then figure out the time it would be released, and then when I do the memberships, where all that plays into this. But yeah, I need that ring light to where you can look down at my desk. That would help a lot with the pre-recorded videos. I would use it mostly for that, to do like the collective readings on. But then when I'm with y'all live, y'all be able to see my face. I know y'all rather see my face, so. DM, yeah, baby, but I need one where it holds my phone and it looks down instead of looking straight at me. Ouch. Alchemist, why are you being this way, baby? You know, I'm trying to have some patience with you because you've been sweet and up until my mom's told you that it's double through the stream. And you're the only one who's created such a fit over it. And that's just not nice. You know, that's really sad that you're not taking accountability for your own actions here, baby. And why are you taking it out on my mods? Okay, yeah, some of them could be, what they said, but you're not being respectful either, baby. Does that make sense, DM? Because what I need is an actual computer. I need a laptop too. But I just need the ring light holder for it first. Because it's supposed to hold my phone. And then I can get everything else situated after that. Oh, it's so funny. Is it 24 hours, Audra? Did you time him out for that long? Yeah, I guess so, huh? Alchemist, when I come back tonight, baby, I hope you'll be a little more calm. It's okay, Audra. He was acting out. I was being patient with him, but he was also acting out, so. Oh well, yeah, baby, look, send it to me. Let me see. I mean, I'll probably still be able to use it, whether it's the one I'm talking about I need or not, because this one will eventually go out and I'll have to replace it, so. I wonder if he's still hanging around. I reckon I should have probably gotten a bigger board. But you know what? Even if I got a bigger board than this, and they do have a bigger board, most people would still not read it. Hi, Bad Santa. I don't know what you're saying ho 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 for. That's very possible too. Some people don't read, even with glasses. It's like they either got the wrong script for their glasses or they don't use them. Every day is Christmas, huh? Well, if every day is Christmas, Santa, what did you bring me? Oh, you brought me a present? Oh, what's in the box? I hope there's money in it. Well, you know, Santa, it's hard to open it when it's on a screen. It's a trap, Eric. Well, I can't do nothing with it anyways, baby. Oh, y'all must be talking about the 3 inches trap. Is that what y'all are talking about? Yeah. Well, I got some tweezers or some, you know, mini nutcrackers, so. The ring light is RGB LEDs. I'm not sure what brand that is, baby. But you sent me the picture, so I'll check it out. Excuse me. Hey, Mikey. How you doing? I'm Gravy. Well, bad Santa. Let's see. How do I put this? If you're looking for Mrs. Claus to be naughty, you're in the wrong chat, honey. Put a wrench in it. Yeah, I got a wrench. Y'all like my wrench? It's tiny. I even got a hammer to go with it. You know, this is what I guess a woman like myself needs to have when you're dealing with men with small tools. Oh my goodness gracious. That's great to hear, Mikey. See, I got my hammer too. So I came prepared. In case, you know, something needs to, you know, be wrenched off. You know, if something needs to be hammered. Or, you know, we do have like the tweezers and all that, so. I'm terrible. You're right about that too, Audra. Where's the tiny head? You gotta have the head to hit it. That's like what? A 1 millimeter size nail or a 1 millimeter size screw? That won't even work. That's not even worth the effort. I think I have a chain over here. I'm sure I could do something with this chain. Of course, this is what's supposed to hang my sign on. Of course, then they would all come in here and be like, ooh, she got whips and chains. So I got a chain. I guess I'll wrap them up in it. Nope, bad Santa. I'm not into none of that. I suggest you go find that elf that took Mrs. Claus. Because I'm not Mrs. Claus. You'd have to be extra, extra special to call me Mrs. Claus. Mikey B, we're talking to you. It's Bad Santa that we're talking about being Mrs. Claus. Oh, okay, Bad Santa. Well, I'm sorry Mrs. Claus left you, honey. But I appreciate you saying hi. And Mikey B, Audra is being serious with you. So is Eric about Florida. Oh, Bad Santa, well, thank you for liking and subscribing. And, I'm sorry that, Mrs. Claus decided that she was going to do that. That's not cool, baby. I agree with you. And Mikey B, we're serious. I don't live in Florida, but I'm in Georgia. But I've been to Florida many times over the years. It's ungodly hot. Doesn't matter whether you're in Florida or Georgia. It's still ungodly hot. Foot fetish. Yeah, I even got a foot too, Eric. Look. I got this one for the next time the guy asks me about seeing my feet. I can show him this. Oh, and if they want anything else, let's see. I even got a hand, and it says handmade. You know, Audra, it reminded me of something too I seen on something, but I couldn't remember what it was. But I thought I saw it on clothing or something too. Hey, Finn. How you doing, baby? Oh, thank you, baby. Appreciate it. Everybody seems to like blue on me. I guess blue's my color, huh? Hey, look, Finn, I got me some 3-inch nutcrackers right here, baby. And a hammer to go with it. Sure, bad Santa. I'll lend you my nutcrackers and my hammer and my wrench. You know, baby, he ain't worth it, though. You can just say he took care of your dirty work for you. Mikey B, how old are you, baby? Exactly, Finn. That's why I pulled it to the side, baby. You know, bad Santa, if they treated you badly, just think of it this way. At least the other person took your trash out for you. That's how I see it, baby. That's God's protection for you. I think I had a couple of other ones. I thought I set them to the side over here somewhere. Because I was going to put them with my little other few charms that are over there. And I could have sworn I had one that was like a sword. And I thought I had one that was like an arrow or something. I must have put it in that bag. Because I don't see it over here now. Doggone it. Hello, Peter Anthony Fernandez. See, bad Santa. Just think of it that way, baby. You know, I've been cheated on a couple of times in my life. And, you know, both times, that's how I looked at it, baby. I didn't get upset at the person. I mean, was I upset at my boyfriends who had cheated on me? Well, naturally, yes. But I couldn't be upset at the woman that they cheated on me with because at the end of the day, it's him who had to say yes to either pursuing them or accepting their advances, right? So he's the one that would have to stop and say no, that he's in a relationship, but he didn't. So I can't blame the women. I can only blame the guy because it was the promise he made to me. They didn't make me those promises. My boyfriend did. And so, you know, in fact, I was actually getting ready to get engaged to one of them. And we had already had the ring on layaway. We had already picked out the ring. And he had put a deposit down for the ring. And one day when I went over there to see him, because we weren't living together, he admitted to me that he went to the bar, had a few drinks, and had a one-night stand. Okay, well, you know what I did? I told him thank you for being honest with me. And I got up and I told him it was over. And I walked out the door and I never looked back. Never looked back. Never called him. I never saw him again. So that's how I handled it. Why? Because I know I'm deserving of someone better than that, who's going to be loyal to me and only me. Just the same as you, everyone else. We all deserve that one person that wants us and only us. And that won't, get easily turned on or get their heads turned by anyone else. Because when someone is truly in love, all they do is focus on that one person they're in love with. They're too, focused and worried about the person they're in love with, trying to make them happy, that they don't have time to think about anyone else. And they're only focused on that one person to, doing everything they can to, like, move mountains for them and walk through hell and back if needed. So you see, that tells me, baby, that Mrs. Claus was not genuinely in love with you, baby. And I don't mean that to hurt you. I'm just saying, just look at it that way. So how you doing, Finn? Oh, Finn, I know the feeling, baby. Y'all hear my, I'm sure y'all just heard the car go by my house. And that takes some time getting used to. That's a good way to think of it. Well, baby, I hope that helps you, honey, because, it's not worth my time crying over someone who never truly loved me. And that's how I feel about it. If they truly loved me, they would have never, ever done that to me. So, no matter what their words said, their actions told me something completely opposite of what their words and what they were trying to convince me of. So, in essence, baby, I don't know if you married Mrs. Claus or not, but we'll just say, whether you did or didn't, I still feel like you dodged a bullet, baby. There's someone else out there for you. Don't give up on love. Oh, thank you, DM. It's true, baby. I just want one person. I want that one person that wants me and only me. And it's going to go through hell and back for me, just like I would for them. And will move mountains for me and want to build with me. Okay, Mikey, you have a good night too, honey. Sweet dreams. Come back and see us. Wow, Finn, that's cool, baby. You got a brand new couch. Love it. Well, Audra, are we making a love connection, sweetheart? Do I need to pull some love cards for you? You know, are you still looking for your emperor, Audra? I'm looking for my emperor, my angel, my knight in shining armor. I believe I found him, though. Yes, I remember. And you see, he hasn't been around at all. I haven't heard from him either. Have you? Hey, DM, you gonna be my knight in shining armor, baby? You blocked him? Yeah, I figured you would. Based off of what you told me, honey, I don't blame you. I would have blocked him too. Is that a yes, DM? Besides the High Priestess, the Empress is another one. I also do love the Magician. And I also love the Lovers and the Strength card. Mikey, no, we weren't talking about you, baby. Ooh, I just saw a bright blue spirit orb. The Minor Arcana, Queen of Cups, Three of Cups, Ten of Pentacles, Ten of Cups. I also identify with the Queen of Wands. There's another one. Here, let me go through them. I'll tell you, because I know I'm missing one. I said Ten of Pentacles. I said Ten of Cups. I said, oh, I guess the other major I would say is the Sun. Let's see. Six of Wands is another one. I guess I kind of identify with the Queen of Swords too. I mean, but you see, the way I look at the Empress and the Emperor card, which is kind of, I guess, probably why I said the Empress too. To me, the Empress embodies all four queens in the Minor Arcana. So she's both the Queen of Cups, Queen of Wands, Queen of Swords, and Queen of Pentacles. And I feel the same is true for the Emperor. The Emperor embodies all four kings in the Minor Arcana. Yeah, Six of Wands is celebration and victory. You are correct. I guess probably the Six of Swords would be another one. Or the Eight of Wands. The Eight of Wands is like positive movement forward. So yeah, those would be all the ones, baby, I think. that I identify with that are my favorites. Okay, Mikey. The Eight of Wands is one about fast forward action. I think you're confusing the Knight of Swords with the Knight of Wands. The Knight of Wands is fast movement. Correct, Audra. See, Finn, that's how you, I'll break it down for you, baby. The cups is your emotions. So you think of your heart. It's your intuition. It's your creativity. Swords is all about your thoughts, your logic, being practical. The Pentacles is all about your money, your material wealth, your career, your physical body, you know, health-wise and all that. And then the Wands is the actual action you put in. So you think of Swords, that's the thoughts. Wands is the action that comes after those thoughts. If that makes sense, baby. So you would need the Knight of Swords before the Knight of Wands, because the Knight of Swords is thinking of whether to take that action or not. The Knight of Wands is actually one taking action. Really? Well, yeah, I guess many do, Finn. It depends on which swords you're talking about, baby. Like when you talk about swords, which ones, baby? Because some of them, you know, it depends on how you read it. Do you read it upright only, or do you read both upright and reversal? Because the reversal will mean pretty much the opposite of the upright. So when I look at swords, let's see. The Ace of Swords isn't negative, because that's all about, you know, that clarity. Thought, you know, and that clarity, those thoughts are going to become successful. Like it's a good game plan to go ahead with, to take action on. It's also could be interpreted as another card of opportunity being presented, like an idea being presented to you. We'll just say, like an example, like someone approaches you and says, oh, well, I have this job opening at my company. Kind of like that. That's how I would think as the Ace of Swords a lot. Two of Swords is about making a decision. You're torn. You're torn between two things. So you're kind of sitting on this fence in a stalemate position. And you can't decide whether to jump over left or jump over right. Which decision do you go through and make? Three of Swords is heartbreak, yes. It's betrayal. Three of Swords can also be looked at in the context of people use it as like a third party card. So in a romantic, like in a love reading, if you were to see the Three of Swords, then yeah, that's very much true. But even in general, yes, it's disappointment, heartbreak, grief, loss. Four of Swords isn't. Four of Swords is the ones I would consider like you need a vacation spa day type card. That's when you want to take a step back, relax, go to the spa if you want to. It's just a day to self-reflect, contemplate, and think, but you want to be in a relaxed state to do so. Five of Swords, yeah, that's friction. You're fighting, that's battling each other, that's bumping heads, that's being competitive. Six of Swords is both, because you're talking about it starting off as being like things coming from like hell, coming from like, you think of like the ocean, You know, you just gone through some really heavy waves out there that you had to fight and battle to get through, to get to shore. The shore is the calmness that comes. So you're coming out of all that choppiness, that chaotic challenge, hardship, struggles, to finding peace and serenity at the end of it. Um, Seven of Swords is negative, and it mostly because you're talking about someone not being honest with you, someone trying to get away with something. You can even look at it as someone cheating on you. It's also a card of someone like stealing from you, like an idea, or stealing money from you, lying to you, trying to pull the wool over your eyes type energy. And then 8 and 9 of Swords is all about being lost in your thoughts, overthinking things. But it doesn't always have to mean it in a negative light. 8 and 9 of Swords can also be read in a positive way, like you think in a love reading sometimes, depending on how the cards are laid out. I could read 8 of Swords and 9 of Swords as being trapped in negative thoughts, overthinking things, thinking the worst, not sleeping, even possibly having nightmares about it. But like I said, depending on what other cards go with it, it can also be a positive card, meaning like, okay, yeah, someone's thinking of you, like in a love reading. They're thinking of you in a good way, though. You know, they're thinking that's all they can think about is you, but it could be felt in a positive way, not so much negative. It can be positive. 10 of Swords, yeah, that's all about anguish, betrayal, being stabbed in the back, but it also, at the end of it, it means the ending of that hardship, being stabbed in the back, someone like breaking your heart type, and you're coming out of it so a new cycle can start again. So it depends on how you look at it, baby. You know, but that's pretty much like the generic guidebook meanings for them. But you see, like, you know, how I talked to you before about how spirit can give me, let's see if they'll give me one. They can give me like the 6 of Swords, and okay, we all know that this means coming out of hardship, out of a difficult period, and finding that peace at the end. This doesn't always mean, you know, spirit can come in and tell me something completely different from this. Like, I'm trying to think of an example where it's been different for me. Spirit, like the word spirit just put in my head, is relapse. So, depending on who I'm reading for, what the question is, Spirit saying one of the words they've given me in the past is relapse. So, no, it doesn't. Yeah, it was a difficult process, but it never ended. It was a relapse. Things went downhill. Yes, Audra put it pretty good too. Yeah, I mean, well, you see how I talked about like the ocean? Okay, it doesn't show choppy waters here, right? But think of the choppy waters, and he's coming out of those choppy waters, and now there's peace in front of him. He's moving towards that peace and that serene water. Because if you were to take, if I can find, my deck is buried. Let me see. Oh, perfect. It's right here. So, Finn, look at it this way, baby. Here's Six of Swords. You see where all this water right here is like ruffled water? Like it's wavy? This is, you know, the rough waters. The things that you struggle with, the challenges, the hardships. And you see, this woman is being pushed out of that into this calmness, this calm water with this guy. So you see, I mean, because I think it's from you moving on from those hardships, those challenges, the things that could have almost like knocked you down and could have stopped you or prevented you from moving on. You didn't allow it. You still kept pushing through it. Because if you were to read this upside down, this would mean that you have unfinished business, that you're not willing to change. You're not willing to go with the transition and move forward and leave all those bad things behind you, or to get yourself out of it to where you would end up being stuck back there instead, if that makes sense. So it just depends on how you look at it, baby. And I got more new Oracle decks, baby, since I read for you last. And I got this one that I haven't had a chance to look at yet that I found pretty funny. Yeah. Because, Finn, what's your sign again, baby? I know you're an air sign, but I can't remember which one you said you are. I want to say Libra, but that doesn't sound right. Yeah, you are a Libra. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you do overthink things as a Libra. Y'all are what I call airheads. And I'm joking, baby. But yeah, y'all are the thinkers. Yeah, Sandra, you're definitely a Libra too. But there's nothing wrong with Libras. I love Libras. Do you know my chart is heavily filled with Libra? There's like several planet placements where Libra comes up. Well, knowledge is power. I think what it is that y'all, it's not so much that y'all overthink things, but y'all use y'all's, y'all are very practical. Y'all use y'all's logic. I look at y'all in this context of every great idea that has surfaced in our world, well, it had to come from an airhead, meaning an air sign. They're the ones that usually are the thinkers that have come up with some of those ideas. I mean, sure, um, water signs are great for that too, you know, being the creative. But, you know, you still think of like the action because we still need the logic and the rationale behind it, if that makes sense. Oh, well, you're right about that, Finn. It drives me crazy too, baby. And that Scorpio sting. Yeah, Audra, that's why you and I get along too, honey. And Finn, that's why you and I get along, because I'm an Aries rising. And since I got so much Libra in my chart too. Since you're an Aries rising like me, Finn. And you're right, baby. It's not logical because there's so much chaos. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people who react and take action before thinking things through. So there is a lot of that. Oh, this is so true too, Audra. Well, I think water signs try and do the same thing sometimes too. Or we try to be more of the compassionate ones. The peacemakers is what water signs are known for. We're the loving, caring, the martyrs type people. We give our all. We're very loving and accepting of people, even their stupidity, you can say. Oh, this is true too, Finn. You're right about that, baby. Speaking of, here you go. Overthinking. This is one of my new love oracle decks. Your mind is going round in circles, trying to find a way through the confusion. Breathe. Whatever choice you make, let it come from the heart. There you go. Yeah. Well, and I think it's true for water signs too. We tend to be people's mirrors because we seem to reflect exactly what you reflect. So if it's bad, sometimes we reflect that too. But if it's good, it can be very powerful. Unless you have another sign in there that helps ground you. So since I'm Aries rising and I'm a Taurus moon, I really think that helps to ground me a lot with my water sign. The Taurus moon is powerful. Why is that, Finn? What makes the Taurus moon so powerful? And I'm a life path 5. Spirit said, look on the bright side. Find the silver linings amidst your troubles and shift your view of yourself and the world. Look at the bright side, even if you can't see everything in front of you. I'm fixed in my ways. Yeah, I can be set in my ways. I'm very stubborn. That I will agree with. I am very stubborn. Oh, well, Finn, I didn't know all that. Yeah, I never looked at it from that way, but you're right. Using the crescent moon as horns. And knowing that for Pisces, they use the crescent moon. It's... Don't they wear it on their heads? Yeah. It's on their hat, their veil head. I do believe that Taurus and the Aries helps ground me. More so the Taurus, yes. Oh my goodness. Holy crap. I like to think that I'm overall very well grounded. I like to think I am anyways. Okay, Audra. Well, you have a beautiful day, honey, and sweet dreams to you. Good night, honey. See you later. And you know, DM, I was just looking at the clock, baby. I'll probably only get 5 hours of sleep. Yeah. Okay, Finn. Sounds good, baby. Yeah, I got a meeting. I have to leave my house at 11:30. No later than 11:30. So I need to go myself so I can get some sleep. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to be here tonight or not. I'm going to try my best to be here, but if I don't get enough sleep or if that sun drains me, I may not be here tonight. And if I am here tonight, it may not be at 10. It might be later. So just a warning in case y'all are looking for me and I'm not here. That would be the reasons, but I'll keep y'all posted. If I'm not going to be here tonight, unless I'm asleep, I may not be able to. I'll try and let y'all know. So if I'm not here tonight, I'll be back tomorrow night, Wednesday night, which is Rebel night. Oh, thank you, Finn. Same to you, baby. Hi, Joseph. I'm leaving, baby. I have to be up in a few hours for a meeting, so I gotta get some beauty sleep. to get my goddess vibes. And give my back a rest too. So my beautiful people, you know, I love spending time with y'all. Okay, DM, I'll let you know, baby. I've enjoyed spending time hanging out with y'all tonight. Thank you so much to everyone who was here, who came, who liked and subscribed. And thank you to everyone who has made donations, bought readings, and sent me packages, gifts, and such. I greatly appreciate y'all so much. It goes a long way and helps a lot more than y'all will ever realize or understand. So thank you. Thank you so much for supporting me, supporting my channel, supporting my business. So I hope to be back with y'all tonight, Tuesday night. But if I'm not here tonight, beautiful people, I definitely will be back Wednesday night for Rebel Night. So I hope y'all have a wonderful day, wonderful night, wherever y'all are at in the world. Sweet dreams. Good night.